she's they sway me. Each night and each day I'm California dreaming about you. Oh yeah, got this world-class view, but it's you that I think about every time when my mind's on it. And it's you that I think about every time when I feel alone. And it's you that I call on my FaceTime when I need something real. Oh yeah. Work the night shift till late in the PM. I'm California dreaming. You. California dreaming about 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 you. California dreaming.
Fraction.
You know, it's so ironic. It's so ironic that you play that song, because I was thinking the other day of asking you, would you be willing to record that song, like you singing that song?
Really?
If we did the music,
Oh yeah.
So you have your own theme song where you actually did it, and then you can yell fraction during that part.
That'd be good. Yeah.
All right,
I do that
cool.
every time it's on. I'm muted, but I always sing along to it. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah. All right, so maybe we'll get started on coming up with our version of that, and you can just sing to it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. And Jill Freeman, you brought careful what you wish for. Do you know what I mean? Jill Freeman, Jill's turned up. Do you know what I mean?
He's here for you, baby.
Yeah, he does seem to be.
You're his little Boy Scout buddy. He wants to be your counselor. Get in my sleeping bag, liberal.
Yeah, we have had 2 man camps. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I hate how he uses props, like when he talks about inflation and he pulls his deck out.
Sorry?
Never mind.
I was with you all the way up to
inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
That's just innuendo.
Yes, innuendo. Yeah.
You know, in my locale, that's what we call innuendo. Mostly just liberal scholars, though. Those are the only ones that do it, like Josh and Dan McClellan.
Yeah, liberal scholars. Yeah. Yeah, so Jill, if you want to join.
You know, I've realized that Jill thinks anyone that's not a Christian is automatically a Democrat. Like he thinks that anyone, and I don't think it's just Christian. Like you have to be a specific leaning of Christian. You can't. I say specifical. All right, a specific leaning of Christian. Like his Ace, he would probably call a Democrat because Ace doesn't. I think it's just anyone that doesn't believe in his thing is a Democrat.
Yeah. Anyone that doesn't agree with him.
Get in!
Hello.
Yeah, he does the same with Christians. Anyone who doesn't agree with Jill on Christianity is not a... Mind you, most Christians do that too.
Waldhard resurrected like the mighty... I know you've been resurrected for a while, but like the mighty phoenix arising from the ashes of defeat. Anyways, how you gentlemen doing this fine morning? I know it's afternoon for you, kind of. It's like 1.
No, nearly. No, 20 to 12. Still morning. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just here waiting on Jill to join so Wildheart can administer yet another verbal ass whooping to the professor.
Sorry, I thought you.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You
spanking.
guys do realize he loves spankings, right? And he considers it a win, right?
He's
And he
more
loves
interested in
money.
albinos. I think he's all about homosexuality
yeah.
with albinos. He doesn't care about the bisexual part of it. He's just like
Yeah.
bisexual equals homosexual, albinos fetish.
You know,
Yes. So
I'm
Midnight.
trying to. Okay, go
Midnight.
ahead.
That would be the best porno ever.
No, fuck
can you
you.
imagine Jill and
Oh,
Midnight?
an eclipse.
Like the contrast, just the pure white of Midnight.
Okay, why do
Wow.
hold on? Why do I have to fuck
You
Jill? Why
know
can't
what I
why
mean?
can't I fuck another black person?
Because it's
Whoa,
not as
wait,
pretty.
who said you were dominant in this?
I did. Fuck you, Richard.
Welcome, Richard, and hey, Lewis. Good to see you.
Hello.
And Monkey Man is PJ, right? Or is that Ape?
No, that's
Kev.
what? I'm not PJ.
I couldn't tell. There's a cartoon character. I just looked at it real quick. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you can always tell it's me because I use the same name in Avatar. Although I have been known to switch to, hang on, this. God damn it!
What I hear you saying is that you're a switch hitter.
Fuck you, Hillary.
He'll take one for the team.
I couldn't wait.
I'm being honest. You are though, right?
Oh, that's a sad trash panda.
Fuck you. Like,
okay.
what does that say? But to answer
It
your
says, "Fuck that
question,
bitch."
I guess I am a switch. I just lean more towards the other side. And I mean Dom, not sub, just in case you wanted to know.
Right.
But
right.
hey, you know what?
No,
Hey,
actually,
you
what
know-
I said, I didn't say switch. I said switch hitter. So male or female, as long as you're dominant.
Oh, yeah. Never mind then. I just never heard the term switch hitter, so it confused me.
Okay.
Yeah, basically you'll fuck anything. I think it's right.
No. That's pansexual. Bisexual only fucks men and women. Pansexual apparently fucks the entire rainbow.
Ooh.
That's me. Yes, pansexual.
Like, I never.
You just like
To
cock.
me,
Just say it, Midnight. You just like cock.
no.
Big,
I was
massive.
getting. I was like saying that. To me, just saying I'm bisexual makes more. Like being bisexual is enough. I don't need to. I don't need to go pan to the fuck. Like.
Kitchen utensils. Yeah.
You know,
You go,
Midnight,
like-
your last most recent comment would make for a really interesting Skittles commercial.
Oh yeah.
Fuck the rainbow.
Can we just
But not
imagine
in-
Adam
not
in
in
the
a
garden looking
derogatory
around at all
way.
the animals before Eve and having that be the tagline?
Say it again. I spoke over.
Have Adam in the garden before Eve and have him looking around at all the animals and then have that big the tagline. He has a great, and then have him give a great big smile.
Okay. I have to ask this because I don't think I ever received an answer to this. But how are people getting that Adam fucked all the animals before Eve?
It's just because it says that no suitable wife was found among all the animals, so that's why God had to take out a rib to make Eve. And so then there's an inference there. Yeah, it's just a joke.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm not aware of any churches that are actually preaching this. No.
Okay. Well,
yeah. The joke is that
he's like, I'm really lonely, dude. These oxen are looking really, really nice right now.
You can only have 6, right?
Yeah. Well,
you know what? I'd be willing to sacrifice myself so Jill.
Actually, I
Never
think
mind.
if he did it correctly, Tog actually put him on his account. Tog put him on his account.
Oh yeah, I should have.
Jill didn't make up the term liberal scholarship, but bother looking up. Okay, why? Okay, why are you referring to stuff in the third person, Jill? I'm confused.
Exactly. That is exactly what I was going to say. Just
I'm
when you thought,
confused.
just when you thought Jill couldn't get any more annoying, he starts referring to himself in the third person.
Wildheart is so sad that you didn't
Yeah.
think of that, 10 minutes ago, and now it's really too late, and you can't go to more spaces, and really just one space left, and that's very, very valuable. We have to preserve that for people, not Jill. So it's too bad that too bad that there aren't 10 spaces, but oh well.
Yeah, cheers up.
Well, I mean, we have a space now.
Yeah. Yeah, but if Jill
I would sacrifice my spot, but you put me in the stream title, so
no. You know what would be funny. You know what would be funny if if somebody also came in on their alt and just just have it sit there muted. So it's like, sorry, we're full.
I don't ever make socks because I'm not a dishonest human being.
Oh, I've got loads.
Fair.
I've got about 50 of them. Not to be dishonest.
You guys know Danny, right? Danny from like Phil Talk.
Phil Talk? Yeah.
There was a time. Hold on. There was a time when the man had like, I'm not even shitting you, like 500 socks. He would use to piss off Speed. Instances atheism, if you guys know who that is. I'm like, holy shit, how many socks does this fucking asshole have? He kept banning, Speed kept banning, but he keeps coming. It was such a bizarre fucking day. Jesus.
Yeah, I've got about 50 Gmail accounts, about 10 StreamYard accounts.
I think I have 5.
Yeah, but not for anything nefarious or anything. It's just I always forget the password, so it's easier just to make a new account rather than try to remember the password. You know what I mean?
That's a really good reason to have silly amounts of accounts. Yeah. When you said that, I was actually surprised that you would do something like that, but that's a good explanation. I get it now.
Yeah.
Yep. Love.
That's why they asked for a recovery email.
Yep.
So William left and Jill's just not going to come in? Is he backstage or what happened?
No, he's not. He must be teaching.
You couldn't finish that with a straight face, could you?
It's tough, man. You try to say that with a straight face.
So, if I have a question for you. I didn't watch the stream, but are you a Christian now?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Okay.
No.
I wanted to ask. I didn't watch the stream.
Wait, who claimed that?
No. He had a stream asking the question whether he was a Christian now. Obviously, I didn't watch it. That's why I wanted to ask him.
No, it said, it asks, "Am I still an atheist?"
Oh well, yeah, right.
Yeah, it was clickbait.
Fair enough. I had to be sure. Double check.
Oh, yeah, we said his name 3 times.
What? It's talk here?
It's your fault.
Can we take a vote on the panel? Jill is backstage. Yay or nay?
I mean, it's
Jill is a human being.
I'll allow it.
He's smart enough to learn. He's not beyond hope.
Really? You think so?
No, that's really what I think. No joke.
Fair enough.
I try to have that attitude, Richard, but sometimes it's really hard. I'll be honest.
Midnight. I think it's funny that you've been so culturally indoctrinated that if someone has a title, "Am I still an atheist?" your first thought is, "Oh, he must be Christian." He could be Zoroastrian or Scientologist.
That is a fair assumption. That is a fair criticism. It's just,
no doubt.
You know what?
Good
fuck
point.
you, cultural influence.
By the way, I learn
Mamma
something
mia.
new every single day, but we will never learn the way of Richard because it's nowhere in the text. So if
What
that's
an
what you
opening!
mean,
Like bravo, Jill. That's
I mean, if the
that's
Bible
one hell
interprets
of an opening.
itself,
That's
if
a
the
hell of an
Bible
opening.
interprets itself and he has an
Sure
internal critique, then I think, makes sense.
If the Bible interprets itself, then no one should disagree on what the Bible says. But
false.
45,000
False.
different denominations of Christianity can't be wrong.
The denominations of
Necessarily,
Christianity are not separated.
44,999 have to be.
Sorry.
Go on, Joe.
No, his microphone cut out. He was trying to talk.
Cultural.
Hallelujah.
And also there are cultural differences as well. So learn what the denominations are. First of all, what is a Christian denomination, and also learn why they are separate. They're separate for basically cultural differences, not necessarily theological positions.
So what is your definition of denomination?
I just gave you one. People who have separated fellowship, who don't fellowship.
It's cutting out again, just so you know.
Yeah.
Man, you're
So you're saying that the 45,000 different denominations of Christianity are not denominations because they have theological differences?
Right.
Different
45 of them.
45,000.
45.
No, 45,000. I googled it the other day. It's 45,000 worldwide.
Jill, are you saying that there are 45 with actual doctrinal distinctions?
You'll just keep saying a big number, hoping that's going to fool people, but you'll never actually produce a list of 45,000. You'll never produce a list of 100, never alone 45,000. Show me the money.
Money, 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 money.
Well, if we count Mennonite and Amish as two different ones and Quaker as a third, I think I could probably come up with 100 pretty easily.
100, yeah, I can come up with about 100. And what's the difference between the Amish? The Amish are separatist.
Yeah,
they're separatist, right? That's a cultural distinction.
Right.
A Christian denomination is a distinct religious body within Christianity, identified by traits such as name, organization, and doctrine. Individual bodies, however, may use alternative terms to describe themselves, such as church, convention, communion, assembly, house, union, network, and sometimes fellowship. Divisions between denomination and another are primarily defined by authority and doctrine. Yeah.
You know what a doctrine is? A doctrine is a teaching. I can have a teaching that I'm a separatist. That is a doctrine.
Yeah, but you said it was cultural.
Those are cultural, sir.
But you said
cultural teaching. You know what a culture? You know what a teaching?
So you're saying just means teaching. Is a cultural.
Doctrine just means teaching. Yes, it can be theological, but the differences are not essential theological concepts.
Okay.
They're non-essentials. They're things that are not really expressed in scripture or explicit. So you can have your opinions, differences of opinions when it comes to eating certain foods. Some churches are vegan churches, and they have a doctrine of veganism, which I think is silly. But if they want to separate and call themselves the vegan church in Christ, that's perfectly fine. God's not against that, and neither am I.
I was looking for the.
There is no list.
The spokesman of God has spoken.
And when you do examine their list, a secular humanist will create a list. Show us the list, sir. Don't show us the big number. Show us the actual list. They're doing the same thing. Wikipedia and their dishonesty is doing the same thing you're doing.
Can one of you not talk over the other? Jesus Christ, I don't get anything.
Show us the list, sir.
Christian
Don't
website.
show me.
Let's go with christianwebsite.com.
Show us the list of denominations. You'll never find one.
Right.
It's an old Marxist fascist trick to just give you a big number and then you believe it without seeing any receipts or evidence.
He's showing receipts right now.
No, he's not. I haven't seen a list.
Could I please have 1 minute? Just please.
I haven't seen a list.
Richard.
Thank you so much.
And this article is asking the question.
If you retaliate because he can't have respect for you, even though it's your show, he will only get worse.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Show us the list.
Yeah. All right, give me a chance.
And Malhard, you need to be more careful when it comes to liberalism. When it comes to the left and their tactics.
Sorry, did someone mention liberalism?
Did you notice that? Did you notice that there was never a list?
Didn't anyone mention liberalism before?
Why do you think they didn't show you a list of those denominations, but they keep saying there are 45?
Give me a chance if you'll just shush.
Okay, I'll mute and I'll wait for that.
There's a quick answer to your question. There are approximately 45,000 different Christian denominations worldwide as of 2024. In this comprehensive guide, we'll explore we'll explore the origins of Christian denominations, provide an overview of the major branches, discuss the challenges. So we'll see if there's an actual list. But 45,000, it's going to be a long list. I don't know whether there's an actual list, but I mean, I've been to like 3 different sites which all say the same thing. And this is, to be fair, this is christianwebsite.com, for fuck's sake. Do you think they'd lie about it? Do you know what I mean? It's not like an atheist site or something. Sorry, I'm still alive. I'm still here. Yeah. Christianwebsite.com. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think there's a list, but it's 45,000. There's not really gonna be a list. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So there doesn't need to be a comprehensive list to say there's obviously there's too many to list, right? There's a ton. That should be enough, right?
Well, in the definition, it said that even it can be separated by founder. So you can literally have a family of like a dad and 2 kids, and that them be their own denomination. If the dad founded it.
That's a cult, though.
Actually, a cult is about an object of veneration and such. So there are a lot more cults that are very prestigious, and there's lots of different ways to define a cult. You know, people could call Christianity a cult because they worship Jesus. People could say, well, once a cult gets big enough, now it's a religion and no longer a cult. But that's not really true.
So
and there's good cults, there's bad cults.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, when does a cult become a religion? Or is a cult a religion? But I don't know. I always wonder about this. Like, what is the difference between a cult and a religion? Like,
it's totally arbitrary. And one way of saying is as soon as you get tax exempt status.
That is true.
Basically, a cult is what the big religions call the small religions. Do you know what I mean? Like Catholics and Protestants will call Mormonism a cult.
I'm pretty sure
a cult. It's just what the big religions call the small religions.
That makes it the same term as heretic.
Yeah.
Yeah, heretic is orthodoxy that's not currently popular.
Yeah.
It's also a cult if it follows a particular personality, right? So going back to the interpretation. If one person has an interpretation of Revelations, you might have something like Heaven's Gate cult or something like that, right?
Exactly. It could be a person, an object, a particular teaching. So like I said, for Christianity is a cult because it worships Jesus. Judaism is a cult because it venerates the Torah. You can have a sun cult, you can have a pagan anything, if you worship nature, then you can be lumped in with Gaiists.
Still haven't produced any list, huh, Walhart? Yet you still believe there are 45,000 denominations.
Yeah, because
Oh,
that's
man.
what Christianity.com.
That's what the article said, right? The Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
Jill, could we ask you how many denominations of Christianity are there?
About 50 to 100, maybe. If you talk about globally, because there's so many different cultures, unique in their own way.
So
about
let's say there was
100.
But that doesn't even matter, because the original point was, Jill, you're saying that the Bible interprets itself. How can there be? How can there be more than one denomination?
Because there are different cultures and different expressions of their culture within the pale of orthodoxy, meaning they all believe in the same doctrinal truths, fundamental doctrinal truths. And I did a video on what those truths are, those central truths. I use the acronym doctrine.
You're saying that
every Christian believes in the essentials of the faith. If not, you're no longer a Christian. The problem is, let me just explain what the problem is really quickly before you cut me off again. Let me just explain what the...
No, I'm just going to mute you and put you backstage. So you're saying that every Christian, if the Bible interpreted it itself, every Christian would believe the same thing, no matter what culture or any differences. If the Bible interpreted it itself, you're saying they believe the basic things, but they wouldn't differ on anything if the Bible interpreted itself. He'll be about 20 minutes. He's going to pretend that when I put him backstage, he stopped listening. He didn't. He was
even though we just saw him click his mute button off and on again.
Yeah.
Or on and off again.
Not a bad answer. Yeah.
But like I said, if the Bible interpreted itself, then every Christian around the world would believe exactly the same thing when they read the Bible.
Sure.
And they don't.
Well, let me,
unless the difference was the text.
If I may quickly explain what the issue is. The issue is that the liberal, the atheist, is taking things that are not Christian and lumping them on the list. That's why when I ask for a list, these cowards never can produce one, because there is no list. So what they've done is, if they say anything about Christ, that makes them Christian, and they've added that to their list. I have seen one list of about 500, and about 400 of them you can eliminate that they're not Christian because they don't believe in the essentials of the faith. They just call themselves Christian.
Going back to your claim. Going back to your claim.
By the way.
Going back to your claim that the Bible interprets itself, if that was true, there wouldn't be two denominations.
You know what we mean by that? No, there would be several, because there are several cultural differences. I can have a cultural difference with a brother and still believe in the same teachings of the Bible.
Right. So
your assumption that first of all, you don't even know what you're talking about. What is?
I'm asking.
Okay.
Give me a cultural difference.
What does it mean? A cultural difference: dance versus no dance, separatist versus engaging the culture. Those are cultural differences. So I can separate on that basis and still believe that Jesus is God. I still believe that the Trinity. I still believe in original sin. I still believe.
If the Bible interprets itself, can you give me an example of a cultural difference?
I just did, sir. I gave you two. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Separatist versus non-separatist. Music versus no music. The type of music.
So an African reads the Bible, which interprets itself, and there's no mistake in that. And a white American reads the Bible. You're saying the cultural differences.
Yes, they can separate. They're Amish are white people, I believe, still, and they can separate, and they don't believe in engaging or what we would call evangelism. So they're not going to proselytize. They're not going to. They're going to stay in their own community. That's called a separatist.
But are they getting that doctrine from the Bible, which interprets itself?
No, they're getting that doctrine from their culture. And also in scripture, there are different types of Christians. There aren't just one type of Christian where everyone does what they... Before you start talking and then accuse me of over talking you, there isn't just...
No, I can overtalk, and I will repeatedly whenever I want.
Scriptures.
Yeah.
So it's okay to be a separatist if that's what your cult or your group wants to do. That's within the pale of orthodoxy. I mean, it's within the rules. There is a wide range or spectrum of things you can do as far as being a Christian. Some were called to be evangelists, some were not. Some were called to stay at home and pray. So if your group says we're called to stay at home and pray, then that's fine with God, because that's within the rules.
But what you're saying is they're not getting that from the Bible. That's just
they are getting that from the Bible, but the Bible allows for variety.
The point is they can't disagree if they're getting it from the Bible and the Bible. If they're getting it from the Bible and the Bible interprets itself, there should never be any differences.
False. I just explained, Rawhard. Take the time to listen.
You're saying it's cultural, but they get it from the Bible.
To the response this time, instead of trying to formulate your response. Within the Bible, let me use an analogy. Within the NFL, you can be a quarterback, you can be a wide receiver, you can be a fullback, you can be a lineman, but you can't be a catcher, because that's outside of the realm or the allowance or the pale of orthodoxy when it comes to football. Within Christianity, you can be a separatist, you can be someone who evangelizes, you can be someone who proselytizes, you can be someone who sits at home and prays. So they're within the pale of orthodoxy to say, hey, let's start a church where we only do X. And you keep your church where you do Y, but we're still part of the body. Your toes doesn't do what your brain does.
Sorry, backstage you. And that wouldn't make sense if they didn't get that from the Bible. If that was just cultural and they didn't get it from the Bible. But when you say the Bible interprets itself, and they are getting these doctrines from the Bible, they're obviously interpreting it differently to other Christians.
Yeah, it sounds as if Jill's interpretation is that there are like multiple choices. There's multiple answers contained within the Bible.
I
don't know how many like
it. Which wouldn't happen if the Bible interprets itself. There would be one interpretation. Unless he's saying unless he's saying the Bible interprets itself in many, many different ways. But that doesn't make sense. Jill. Oh, I can't unmute him. Yeah, he's back. But if the Bible interprets itself, then every Christian, not even every Christian, everyone who read the Bible would have the same interpretation. That's the point. Cultural, whatever. If the Bible interpreted itself, then, I'm just repeating myself. Go on, Jim.
Well, either that or no one could ever be wrong in their interpretation, which would mean that Jill's non-Christians are still Christians. I don't know which is the case.
Now that is straightened out, now explain to me what Christians mean by the Bible interpreting itself, because you keep using that term or that moniker, but I'm afraid you haven't a clue as to what it actually means. So go ahead. What does it mean when we say the Bible interprets itself? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I have to admit to being slightly dishonest now.
Okay, so why are you using the term and trying to leverage it against Christianity?
Just to basically wind you up.
Yeah, I see.
So
why don't you ask somebody? Why don't you ask someone then what it means instead of always propping up?
I know what it means. I know what you mean by it. You mean when you get a passage in the Bible, you go to another passage in the Bible so the Bible interprets itself, because I know what it means. I was just doing it basically.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So can someone not do that and instead use their own principles, make up their own principles as far as how they're going to read the Bible, and not read it to let it interpret itself, and therefore come up with a denomination, a false denomination? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why you have so many quote unquote denominations, because there are individuals like Richard Mattson who do not want to read the Bible for what it actually entails and let it interpret itself.
Although Richard's away at the moment, so I'll let him speak for himself. But
that's where the quote unquote
I think Richard does. I think Richard does let the Bible, in your terms, interpret itself. He does correlate, one passage with another.
He
I'll let him
infuses
speak for
his
himself.
own.
Yeah,
he infuses his own ideas like aliens and stuff like that onto the text. Yeah. There's nothing in the text that would suggest anything that he's teaching. So because we have over the years, hundreds of years and thousands of years, really, we've had so many different groups doing what Richard has done, and then you consider them to be a Christian. That's where the quote unquote 45,000 denominations come from.
How are you denying Richard's interpretation of the text? Because I thought that all interpretations of the Bible were correct. I mean, culturally speaking, Richard's interpretation of the sky creator as a group of powerful beings from up above is not incoherent.
And that interpretation being derived from the text? No. That interpretation cannot be derived from the text itself.
No,
it is an interpolation.
No, Joe, it clearly can.
Do you know the difference? Hold on, let me respond to the guy that I was just speaking to. Do you know the difference between an interpolation and an interpretation?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what they are. They're being forced into the text.
What is the difference? Because I never heard of interpolation.
The interpolation is an insertion of something of a different nature. Instead of letting the text speak for itself and interpreting what the text is saying, you interpolate. You bring in something different, something totally different, or another idea that has nothing, that is foreign or outside of the text.
This just proves my my philosophy that I can learn from everybody, including Jill. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Hillary's.
And that's what liberal scholarship does.
On computer displays, it says like 380p, 380i. The I is interpolation or interlace, so it's just weaving together, just like Jill said. But I thought I'd give you a different idea of.
Thank you.
Can I just say hello to Dyson Thomas, this one guy, and just catching up with the side chat. Halcyon Kadri, good to see you. Carry on.
And
how do you explain Ezekiel's wheels within wheels? What was that, Jill?
Well, if you're using scripture to interpret scripture, then it's a prophecy.
I'll send it to me.
So when he saw that, he visually saw it. It was a prophecy.
Yeah, I think it is a prophecy. But what it's about?
And when he was taken up into heaven, where he could see the whole world at one time, so the entire face of the earth, that was also just prophetic. He wasn't really telling the truth.
Well, that's a false dichotomy. Just because it's prophetic doesn't mean it's not telling.
I know, but
no, it's actually impossible. The Earth is a globe.
But if they didn't know that, right? I know, and I totally appreciate that argument. But let's just say that they only knew that half of the Earth existed, so he saw the whole face of the Earth at one time, just the half that he could see.
Right. Yeah.
Like where would you be at in order to have that kind of perspective?
Well, we can't read into it certainly any sort of alien invasion. I mean, it's just simply a
no, not an alien invasion. I'm just saying that I cannot identify what type of flying object that wheel within wheel is.
But it wasn't designed for you to figure out what type of object It
So
was
it's a
it was a
UFO.
vision. It used what we would call imagery, and it just
Right.
simply is displaying the majesty and the glory of God.
Okay, but if
So,
people want to believe that he really did see this and it wasn't just a prophecy, that would be a UFO by definition, right?
no, it would just simply be a use of imagery to teach to the
Okay,
children of
Jill.
Israel who were
Okay.
in Babylonian exile that God was still on his throne and he's able to handle this.
Well, Jill, do you know what UFO stands for? Like genuine question. What does UFO stand for?
Unidentified flying object.
Exactly. So the way that Hillary's is describing it would be a UFO by definition. It would be unidentified, it would be flying, and it would be an object. You're welcome.
Right. And there's also use of imagery where I
I'd
could
like to
take
point
real
out
life
some.
objects.
No,
Even
if it was imagery,
Saying
God
that
is
the
an-
object is an illusion.
God is
You're
an
not saying that-
unidentified flying object.
if
Angels
it was
are
imagery,
identified.
it wouldn't be an object. If it was imagery,
You know what
If
Yeah,
imagery?
it's an
Imagery is
illusion.
use of objects. It's use of
Oh
real
no,
things.
I think
That's what imagery is.
I think what Jill is trying to say is that it would use like cloaking technology or project. It would be an object, but it would be projecting like an image or something. I know Richard wanted to get in here.
No,
So
that's not what imagery is.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, it's like the bat
it's a
thing.
literary device.
well,
so it's a
fair enough.
literary. No, so it's a literary device. Therefore,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be an object.
Yeah,
It's a literary
it just
device.
demonstrates
Would
that
be an
God's
object.
divine nature.
Yeah.
It
So
presented
if
God
it's-
as being on
so
a
it's-
chariot-like throne.
But
So
can we agree that if it's a literary device, then it's not an object? So it wouldn't be.
no, it presents God as being on a chariot-like throne. So what God is doing in his
Yeah.
in his
But
in his
that's just a
masterful.
literary.
Can I finish my point, sir? What God is doing is he's taking things that people have association with, and he's masterfully using that to present himself as king.
Right.
So he puts
So
himself
if it-
on a chariot throne. God is
So
not literally sitting on a chariot throne.
Is a literary device an object? If I say I've just looked out the window, my
Well,
curtains
God
are
is
closed,
the
I've not
object.
looked out the window. But if I say I've just seen a UFO, but I'm using that as a literary device and I've not seen a UFO, would that be an object or not an object? If
No,
it's a
what he
literary
saw
device?
was a vision. So he saw what he saw was real, but it was depicting something greater.
It's a literary
So
device.
I can see, right? I can have a
So
dream. Hold
did the
on. Let me
object-
finish the point
Did
first.
the
You
object
stop repeating
exist
yourself.
or not? Did
I
the
can have a
object exist?
dream,
If it's
right, or a
literary device.
vision.
Jill,
or-
I'll help you. I'll even give you the answer. If it's a literary
Okay.
device, it's not an object. Is it?
You're missing the point. I can have a dream. It was a dream or a vision. So,
not an
so
object.
whether or not he
Therefore, not a-
actually
therefore
saw,
still not. Therefore, still not an object.
okay, you're missing the point. It was a dream, sir. When you
It was
wake
a
up,
dream.
if you have a dream about apple pie in the refrigerator,
Therefore
hold on,
not
let
an
me
object.
finish
So it
my
wou- it
point,
wouldn't
sir.
be. It
Before
wouldn't be
you
an
start accusing me of
unidentified
cutting
flying
you off,
object,
Jill,
is it?
and
can
you
I
cut
get
me
in here a
off
sec?
every time I'm
Can I
trying
get
to
in?
say something.
Okay, can I
If
get
you
in?
have a dream while
Yeah,
Okay.
go on, man.
Wild heart. What I think he's trying to say is that you're outside walking and you see a car, right? You're so mesmerized by this car that you use literary language to describe how beautiful and wonderful and just everything about the car is. So the car exists, it's an object, but you're using imagery, language, or whatever to describe it. I think that's what he's trying to say. You can correct me once he comes back.
I get what he's saying.
Okay, because you're saying the object doesn't exist because if it uses literary. Just wanted to clarify that.
If it's a literary device, then it is not an object. He's not saying that you went outside and saw a car and you're just describing the car. He's saying that the object doesn't exist. It's a literary device. A literary device cannot be an object. It's impossible.
Yeah, but he's talking about images, like imagery or whatever.
Saying the event never factually happened.
Yeah,
it's a product of the author's mind.
Yeah, the object doesn't exist, is what he's saying. It's an unidentified flying object, but the object doesn't exist because it's a literary device. That's what he's saying, and obviously it's complete and utter bullshit. Go on,
If
Joe.
I could.
Yeah, that's right.
Hillary's that image is in Google Chat for you.
I got my notice. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to point out a few things, Wildheart, with you in the form of questions in a Socratic method style, sort of loosely. Things about the book of Ezekiel, which you said you have read, yes, at least once?
Yeah.
Okay. Compared to the rest of the Bible, no, let me just start this way. How do angels act toward prophets in the Bible?
I'm not sure. I would imagine favorably, but they could just act towards them like anyone else. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let me refresh your memory.
Yeah.
There are several occasions where an angel contacts some human being, and the angel has favor for that human being, but the human being is shocked. They're put back on their heels, you could say. There's several occasions of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Mary, Joseph, Paul. It goes on and on and on. Right.
Yeah.
Now, do you recall what normally the angel does in interactions with that person when the person shows shock and awe?
Yeah, they try and calm them down. Basically, they say, "Don't be afraid. Don't worry." That kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. They comfort them in some way. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happens in the book of Ezekiel when that happens? When an angel is seen by Ezekiel, and Ezekiel, it says something like faints or falls face. It means falls face down in the dirt, maybe losing consciousness. And what's the angel's reaction in the book of Ezekiel?
I'm not sure.
They don't. They don't react. They don't comfort whatsoever. In fact, what Ezekiel says about it is the Spirit picked him up and put him on his feet again.
Yeah.
So there was no comforting, just something picked him up. He doesn't know what it was.
Yeah.
So he calls it the Spirit. Okay. And yeah, you ain't kidding, man. I'm serious. I think that's what it is. Okay, so further than that, even further than that, how do angels move in the sight of human beings throughout the text of the Bible on average? How does that work? Well, first there's the appearance, right?
Yeah.
And then they do things like approach slowly and gradually, again, being considerate of the person they're interacting with.
Yeah.
But they don't move quickly, which is shocking, which makes the situation worse. They don't do that. But in the book of Ezekiel, they move like lightning, disappearing from space A into space B almost instantaneously or instantaneously. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Okay. And when a God, when the God Yahweh interacts, or the angel of God interacts on behalf of God with a prophet, specifically a prophet.
Yeah.
Is there ever an occurrence outside of the book of Ezekiel where they ask the prophet to physically harm themselves on purpose with intent?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right, me either. That's only in the book of Ezekiel. Okay, and aside from asking the prophet to physically hurt themselves, actually it would kill them. If you laid on one side for the amount of time described, and then you flip to the other side, your flesh would literally rot, touching the ground and bacteria and from infections and bed sores. Your flesh would rot, and then you'd rot the other side of your flesh, and actually it would end your life.
Right.
Because biology and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, is there any time in the Bible that you know of where the God asks the prophet to do the following? cut the hair off their head? Yes, no.
My mind immediately goes to what was the giant? The giant. What's in there?
Goliath.
Goliath,
Samson wasn't a giant. I think you're thinking of Samson.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Did God ever ask Samson to cut his own hair?
I don't think so. No.
No. In fact, as you're recalling, long hair and long beard in the Hebrew tradition is more godly.
Yeah.
You don't cut that, like in the book of Samson, right? In the story of Samson, you don't cut that. That's against the rules.
Yeah.
And you'll still see traditional Jews with full length hair and beard for that reason.
Paul also shaved his head in Acts chapter 18. It was a sign or a vow, or the end of a vow. So
I understand that, but that wasn't the question.
Samson's wife cut his hair while he was sleeping, though, right?
Right.
I wouldn't use Samson. Yeah, I wouldn't use Samson. I would use Paul in the New Testament to cut his hair as well.
Okay. Did God ask Paul to do that?
They did so as a part of their offering. The Nazarites shaved their heads in the outer court of the temple as an offering.
But
did God ask them to do that?
Did God ask them to do that? I would say so. Yes. As an offering.
Sorry.
Now, where do I find that in the text that God asked them to do that as an offering? Where do I find that?
Well, whether God asked them to do it, God doesn't need. They do it as an offering to God.
Okay, that's fine.
Vow.
That's fine. And also the shaving of the head and the paring of nails when someone's being induced into a society. I understand that too.
Right.
But
that's after the pattern they find in the Old Testament. So God tells you to do it in the Old Testament. They follow that pattern in the New.
Okay, great. All asides aside, and all these offshoot conversations that are irrelevant to this. Okay, so the God in Ezekiel asks Ezekiel to cut all the hair off his head and part it into 3 different sections about equal parts. Okay, asks him to burn 1/3, to chop with a knife 1/3, and to toss 1/3 to the wind. Okay, now in reality, other than the people who happen to be there to witness someone doing something like that, why would that affect the entirety of the city? Or is that just magical thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, so I
can't see any circumstance where cutting your hair with a knife, throwing it to the wind, or would affect it. Yeah, that's.
God was using Ezekiel to demonstrate how severe the destruction of Jerusalem would be. So he had a just cause to judge these people, of course, as always. So he used the prophets to demonstrate humility, shame, mourning, repentance.
Could you stay to the topic somewhat?
This is the topic.
Please?
Yeah, no, sorry. No, Jill,
there you go.
Jill, go. Carry on.
Okay, and throughout the Bible, can there be sin and abominations of man in heaven?
No.
No, but in the book of Ezekiel goes to that heaven of that God and sees the abominations of man. Now, throughout the Bible, is there ever a time that a man sees the face of God?
No, they see his backside. But
the closest it gets is right in the crevice in the rock and the backside of God.
Yeah.
Right. Never see the face. In fact, the rest of the text claims that if you saw the face of God, you'd perish.
Yeah. It says
Ezekiel,
no one can,
in like movie time versus real time, like when you write a story, you don't, and 1 minute passed and 2 minutes passed. And so it's a guess. Okay. But when I read the book of Ezekiel, it looks like Ezekiel spent about 30 hours face to face with God and didn't die.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm not sure about, but God walked with Adam and Eve. I'm not sure whether they saw his face or not. Plus, he also had a meal with Abraham. I'm not sure whether they saw his face or not. But apart from that,
well, but if we take direct commentary on the topic, there's no seeing the face of God and not perishing.
Yeah.
Okay, but Ezekiel spends 30 hours with this God. even in that God's heaven, seeing the abominations of man.
Yeah, sorry.
After being told to perform witchcraft and kill himself, very gradually, painfully kill himself. Okay, now that seems very different to me from all the rest of the other 65 books in the King James. I'm sorry, 65 books in the King. Very different. Okay, yeah. Could it be that it's different?
Innuendo.
And if it's different in all of these significant and prominent ways, is it talking about the same topic?
So notice how he phrased his question. Could it be? What is that called in liberal?
I'm just asking what's most reasonable to believe, and I'm pointing out the actual situation. So it's not poor thinking.
I don't think he was going to say poor thinking. I think he was going to say it's an empty conjecture.
Yeah, that would be poor thinking.
Todd, were you the one that taught Jill how to clean innuendos?
No, I think that's William.
Okay, because I know that you have that like as your small business, cleaning innuendos. So okay.
So, well, Howard,
so it's cleaning windows. Cleaning windows.
Yeah, just a pun. Just a pun. I'm just taking a pun because you're here.
Innuendos.
Todd. Yeah. God damn it, Wild Howard.
Yeah.
Do you want Jill back? Because I can leave.
Not so much. No.
Not so much.
So let me summate my observations about this. It seems to me that the angels act in unusual ways and are not kind to the prophet. The prophet is asked by the God to hurt himself, even probably kill himself. Yeah. Ezekiel actually does absolutely none of this and is called a major prophet just for the FaceTime with God. And that's the only reason he's called a major prophet, when that itself is against the rules. Okay. It seems to me that the book of Ezekiel, that so many Bible thumping, human hating, oppressive Christians refer to, is actually a truth about how Satan sees himself.
Wow, that's going to take some explaining.
The God of Ezekiel, although Ezekiel is very impressed and honest about the entirety of the experience, that God is evidently evil.
Right. So when Ezekiel,
the only book in the Bible like this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So when Ezekiel thought he was talking to God, he was actually talking to Satan.
Yes.
Right, and that's why he could see him.
Yes.
That's at least logically possible.
Oh, and the angels have cloven hooves in Ezekiel. The rest of the time they have perceptually sandals.
Yeah. Were they very red and had like big horns as well? Because that will be a bit of a giveaway.
Well, that's actually the Divine Comedy is where that imagery comes from. It's not in the text of the Bible at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but apart from the joke, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
The Divine Comedy.
That would make sense.
Man, I miss playing that video game.
Now listen to Christians in their hatred of other human beings refer to the book of Ezekiel and wonder why they like to refer to it. Because they're Satanists. They just don't know it.
Now that is irony.
That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah. Oh, that would be amazing.
I really need to get that gif of Bender saying, "Now that is irony." That's what I was referencing.
Bender bending Rodriguez.
Yes. I love Futurama. Shame on you if you hate it.
Rodriguez. That's hilarious. So random.
Right.
Comes full circle. I'm reminded of Amish Paradise. Weird Al says, "I've been milking and plowing so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone."
Yep.
I love that song. Amish Paradise. You know, he actually got in legal trouble for that, right? Because he didn't get permission to parody it, to
Right.
parody gangsters.
No, I didn't. There was that whole feud because Coolio came out and tried to diss him, but he was like, "Hey, buddy, you still collect the royalty checks." So they never withdrew. He just
Fair enough.
Right.
I just
act
heard,
like it was a beef.
just heard that. It was just funny as fuck. Like, I love Weird Al. It's just, it's all, he's talking about grammar. It's still the best thing I've heard. You remember that one, right?
Of course, a Weird Al elitist would be able to refer to the birthday song.
Oh no! Actually, what about the conspiracy theory song? Like, I forget what it's called, but oh, I love that. I love
Ooh,
that
you
that
may have
video.
shamed me. I don't think I know that one.
Okay, hang on a sec. I will get it.
It's time to celebrate your birthday. It happens every year, so you eat a lot of broccoli and drink a lot of beer. You really should be thankful that there's so much you can eat. 1 million people every day are dying in the streets.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Hold on.
Wasn't Weird Al also Dr. Memento, or are those two different artists?
Dr. Demento was a radio host who played songs
Foil.
like
The song
would be
is called
produced
Foil.
would be produced by Weird Al. But there's other things that were on the Dr. Demento show, like there was an artist who did a song called "Poisoning Pigeons in the Park." So if Sunday you're free, why don't you come with me and we'll poison some pigeons in the park?
I posted the song in the private chat. It's called Foil. I don't know if you've heard that.
I'll look into it. And maybe we'll do in a squirrel or two while we're poisoning pigeons in the park.
Yeah.
When they see us coming, the birdies all try and hide, but they still go for peanuts when coated with cyanide.
That's like the opposite.
I
of
hate
Mary
these
Poppins.
word crimes.
Go and feed the
Hey,
bird.
Wild Heart. Those are two good songs by Weird Al Yankovic. But you don't want to play them now because we're actually having a good discussion without Jill. That's a miracle, actually.
Yeah, he's still backstage, by the way. Yeah.
So my overall point is, yeah, the Bible interprets itself, but why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Because the inconsistent view that Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is the God of Ezekiel is just insanity and closed. And I mean, I don't know, some extreme bias. I don't get it.
But
Maybe you just need to study harder.
Isn't saying the Bible interprets itself just like taking one passage and going to another passage in the Bible saying, well, but you could do that the opposite way.
Right, which could be fallacious.
I read this passage in the Bible and this other passage seems to disagree with it. So saying the Bible interprets itself, well, isn't that just confirmation bias kind of thing?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Unless you actually had a consistent, coherent internal view of the Bible, in which case you could make such a claim. But I don't know anybody who claims that the Bible interprets itself who has such consistency.
Hey, Wildheart, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to go.
Oh, don't Midnight. Please.
Love you, Midnight.
Just go on mute, then I don't have to let Joe.
Fine, I'll go on mute.
No, go on Midnight. If you need to go, we'll let him back in. I'll put him backstage as soon as he starts.
All right, fine. I'll still be listening. I'll still be listening. I'll still be listening and enjoy the wonderful torture that Jill will give you. Bye, asshole. And I mean that with love. Okay, I mean that with love.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think you treat all assholes with love.
That was good.
Well, I'll accept his own. I've seen him abuse that shit.
Oh, fuck you, dog. Bye.
Wildheart, I really appreciated when you said to Jill, said, "No,
See you
I am
tonight.
going to overtalk you, and this is my channel, and or things to that effect." But he still complained about it, even though you admitted it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I'll talk over Jill and put him backstage and just generally fuck about with him. Jill, don't get excited. Yeah. Fuck about with him. Yeah. At my whim. Hi, Jill. How's it going?
What if he just likes that type of relationship? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
do that to me.
That's just occurred to me. Yeah.
Right now, he's just sitting back, rubbing his nips. He's just like, oh yes, give it to me.
It really helps confirm the entire idea of the persecution complex of Christians, where they think this is Christian persecution, which is ridiculous, because Christian persecution is like murdering in the street, tying them to a post and let the dogs eat them, burning them alive. These are the things that have actually happened to Christians.
Yeah,
isn't persecution like that? Like if a person like I'm being persecuted, it really is like subjected to them, and they're like a feeling based. Because what if they're like, meh, and they are getting like that type? Because that's like really subjective at that point.
But
like
especially in America, where like 80% of Americans are, I'm not sure of the exact figures, but let's say 80% of Americans are Christian, and yet they claim Christian persecution.
Yeah, they're the vast majority.
It's very difficult to be persecuted when you make up 80%.
Well, if 80%, then that means that we pay the most taxes. So that is a bigger persecution if you think about it. Which means we have the most jobs, we have the most responsibility, we have the most leading this nation into what it is. That's a lot of persecution that's left at us for 80% of the country.
It also means we commit the most murders.
No, that's a 10%. There's like a 10% thing going on there. So there's like some leeway. It starts goddamn immigrants. That's probably what a Republican Christian would say.
As Jill isn't speaking at the moment, based on the context of Ezekiel, it's a prophecy of impending doom. We can care less what liars of Satan, who admit Satan is. So this is an English teacher, by the way. Just
no, not an English teacher. Someone who teaches English.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he said many times he's a math teacher.
Even if 80% of Americans are Christian, what would you say if Muslims pay the majority of capital gains tax and Buddhists pay the majority of employment taxes?
Then they're taking away our right. We're being persecuted by not getting what is rightfully ours. You see?
Okay,
as Americans,
that's what I needed to hear. Thank
you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Like we needed to pay those. They can't just give them to other people. That's not right. Right?
You also have to account for all the tax-exempt properties that you guys.
Yeah, probably. I wish I owned some property. I need to get in there. I'm just gonna buy some like wooded area and be like, "This is property I own," just to feel like I'm a property owner.
No, Jill, could you tell us how much you could care less? You could put that into a percentage or however you like to.
Nice.
Hog, I am somewhat jealous that your brain is free enough that you could understand what Kev said. I have no idea.
Wait, I understood something?
Yeah, you were able to comment on it and no one went, "Oh, that was totally off topic of what Kev." So apparently you could understand him. I could not. My brain is just not that free.
Yeah, I didn't get that either, but yeah. Technical difficulties, it's fine.
Oh, not Kev's fault. Not at all.
Yeah. Still made more sense than Jill. Do you know what I mean? But yeah.
What, is that challenging or something?
Honestly, it's so late. I don't even remember what was asked and what I answered to. My brain's like going in loop circles. I should probably just go to bed.
You haven't been to bed tonight?
No, I just got home from work. We started work at like what time is it? 4:30.
Oh, well, I guess you do work all night, don't you?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Only on Wednesdays usually, because it's like the busiest night. All my stuff like lands on Wednesdays, so I had to get it all done.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might be poor, but I have a lot of freedom because I'm my only employee.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm the CEO. I'm the director of,
Yeah, the reception.
Promotion.
Yeah, you know how you say you hate it when you make too many promises?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. I get it's like, well, they're kind of coming to the end of the month. I got to get them done, damn it. Time snuck up on me again, and I didn't get it. So I got like some windows I got to go do either today or tomorrow. I'm waiting for the weather. But it's all part of the good money making. So I'm actually happy. I get more happy when I get it done. I'm like, it gives me like an energy boost. My wife does it. I'm like, how do you not get energized by it? She's like,
because she's female.
Right. Yeah, it's supposed to rain today. Like,
I mean, you're hardwired to go out and kill it, and then when you drag home that dead beast, you'll feel good about yourself. Women aren't wired that way. If you want her to feel good, give her opportunity to tell you how awesome you are for going and killing the thing. Then she'll feel good about herself.
I guess so.
So Wildheart, my entire point in bringing up all of that is just to point out the extreme biases of these traditional views of the text and how those biases can completely blind an individual to what is just obvious having read it once as you have.
Yeah, I often get, obviously, like I say, it's obvious, but just reading it even once, like I said, the mental gymnastics that you have to go to make one part of the Bible match up with another part of the Bible and all that. No, just read it, and it clearly doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I wanted to say something.
Part of the Bible that actually expresses these concepts match the parts of the Bible or what we call immediate context. So there's nothing in the immediate context that would even hint at what Richard is saying. So we can interpret the Bible for what it actually communicates instead of importing these other ideas foreign to the text, and without going to other passages in other areas in the same passage right there. It's referring to God's impending judgment. He clearly says that in verse 5. Context is king. Learn how to read the Bible.
It is referring to the judgment. I absolutely agree. And just like in the story of Tyre, it's talking about an absolute destruction of this planet, which would include Tyre, of course.
Yeah, the text doesn't say that, go that far, but that's your interpolation. That's fine. But we're just reading the text for what it actually says. This is an exercise, if anything. This is an exercise, if anything.
Sorry, Jill, did I rudely interrupt?
No, that's okay. This is an exercise.
Morning, Peter. Good.
Okay, good morning, Peter. This is an exercise in what liberal.
That's so fucking rude, Jill. God damn.
Well, I mean, I'm being cut off when I'm trying to speak, so he can say good morning 50 times. I get it.
It's his channel, dude.
That's fine. It's still rude. It's still rude. But
Jill,
recognize that rudeness.
Jill.
What's that?
No. I was just doing it just to fuck with Jill. But
that wasn't rude. That wasn't rude. I know.
Jill.
So
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm getting delirious.
We're getting an example. We're getting an education on the difference between liberal scholarship, which you cannot trust because of what I just said, and conservative scholarship, which you can embrace. So know the difference, and in research and return, conservative scholarship, which actually are dealing with the text itself.
This is good. So what in your understanding is the difference between liberal scholarship and conservative scholarship?
I just explained that the liberal scholar will try to interpolate.
You didn't explain it. You said one can be trusted and one can't.
I did explain, if you were listening. The liberal scholar will try to interpolate or add in other ideas foreign, outside of the text. A conservative scholar is going to read what's actually there.
So I'll be right back. Okay. If anyone wants to kick Joe, I'll be right back.
Is that someone's cell phone ringer?
Yes, Wildheart received a phone call. That's why he said, "I'll be right back," and it came through his mic. Yes.
That's a horrible ringer, by the way.
Well, it's probably a cheap phone. It's the UK's version of an Obama phone.
So what we can gather from the text itself, not some other conspiracy, is that the hair, the dividing of the hair into 3 equal piles, is representing how God's going to deal with Jerusalem. So one pile is burnt, so 1/3 of the people will be destroyed by famine and plague. Another is struck with the sword, and 1/3 is to be scattered into the wind. These are people who are going to run away from the violence. When the enemy comes, they're going to escape and be scattered. That it's just that simple. Occam's razor. There's no need to import some wild assertions onto the text when the text is clear what it's communicating.
Sir, and this happened where? Ezekiel happened where?
This is the commandments that God gives to Ezekiel regarding the destruction of Jerusalem, a Babylonian destruction or impending Babylonian.
So was Ezekiel in Jerusalem?
Was he in Jerusalem? He might have been in Jerusalem. What's the factoid, the irrelevant factoid you want to bring up? Just say it instead of asking me these rabbit hole questions. What is it that you want to? What's the innuendo you want to express? Go ahead.
Does the text say as a declaration against Israel, or does it say or Jerusalem, or does it say some other town?
When the days of your siege come to an end, burn 1/3 of hair inside the city. So it's speaking of the city of Jerusalem.
Okay. Oh, is it because he's in Jerusalem when this happens?
What this is Jerusalem, which I have set in the center of the nations, with all countries around her. This is what the sovereign Lord says. Yet in her wickedness she has rebelled against my laws, she meaning Israel, and decrees more than the nations and countries around her. So God is saying Israel is supposed to be the light unto those nations, meaning showing them how it's done. They've sinned more than the nations that surround her. She, Israel, has rejected my laws and has not followed my decrees. So we let the text interpret itself instead of importing some wild assertions, some mental gymnastic type of assertion onto the text. Let the text speak for itself. Let Ezekiel speak. And I guess that was met with silence. Rightfully so.
When I look up liberal scholarship, the only thing that I find is an essay by Noam Chomsky and references to it.
Is he de facto referring to me in the same classification as Gnome? I am really complimented. I can't believe that.
Yeah, that is a
brilliant author.
Well, I've read some of Chomsky, and I have to say I like the way that he forms his sentences, and it seems almost intuitive and easy to understand.
Yeah,
it's a brilliant
I love
author.
the way I'm really good. I'm impressed.
Also a famous atheist, isn't he? Or wasn't he? Is he dead? No, Chomsky.
No, Chomsky's still alive. He's really old, but yeah, and he's still an atheist as far as I know.
Yeah. Welcome back. Good to see you. And welcome, Doubting Thomas. Good to see you too.
Morning.
Just slight disclaimer, you know Jill's here.
Yeah.
So yeah, just so you know.
Now is Noam Chomsky a thematical, an exegetical, or some other kind of I don't know, atheist? I'm just trying to get in all my buzzwords. It's like probably 8 of them.
Apparently Chomsky is a commie.
Yeah, I think we were commenting on his brilliance, not his political alignment. And I might be wrong on this, but I think there could be brilliant people of any political alignment, and probably are in every political alignment.
Yeah.
I.e. non-sec. My God, man. He's a commie, therefore wrong. About everything? The problem that we face in study of the Bible is the Christian traditions, which come from a long history of alterations by leaders of whatever church. Okay.
Yeah.
And those presuppositions that they must be right, when we all know there's so many different denominations that don't agree with each other, that there could be one right, but there can't be all of them right. So I see every reason to dismiss all of it because it can't be sorted out, and just ask the simple question, as I read this against itself and against my mapping of reality, what is the most reasonable and logical thing that I can conclude?
Letting the text speak for itself. That's the most reasonable, logical thing.
But how do you get that far? How do you get to the Bible must be true? Why couldn't it just be incorrect?
It could be. It could be. But if I find true things in it, and I find only true things in it, then I should say it has some truth value. In which case, depending on what topics and what the statements are and how intense they are, might be very effectual. And in my personal case, they have been very effectual and vastly improved my life.
Yeah, but you believe that it all happens in the future. So how can you say that it's factual and say that it also hasn't happened yet? Wouldn't that make it?
Is that what I believe?
On this planet.
There you have it. Do I believe it did not happen?
No.
I do believe it did happen, just somewhere else. I don't need to be local to an event for it to have factually happened in the history of the universe. I don't have to have seen it.
Yeah, but how would you tell if it happened on a different planet?
because necessarily it says so. It's necessary logical extrapolation to say there can only be one Jesus to this earth. It's a very specific job. Only one person needs to do it. And there are certain rewards to it. And then there are 24 occurrences of enjoying the rewards for it, is to say there are 24 occurrences of an earth.
Yeah, but I could say there was this planet like 1 million miles away, and something happened on it. How would you tell? I could just make it up. How would you tell if it happened on another planet whether it was true or not?
Right, I can't by that measuring, and I do hold faith positions. Okay. Now, my faith positions are based in things that I can show, which builds up a personality, that builds up a set of facts. So they say this is true and you can prove it. It's asking the reader, the intended reader only, actually. It's only asking the intended reader to project that forward and say, because you have been able to prove these things, you should trust the following things as well. But we do this all the time in interpersonal relationships. And that's not an unreasonable thing to assume. She acts like she loves me. She treats me as she loves me. She has continued to do that for 5 years. I am persuaded she will continue to do these things, showing she loves me, thereby she loves me. Fair?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And Jill does the same thing. He says, if everything in the Bible that talks about natural things is true, which he believes it is, then you should trust the supernatural things, which I'm not sure about.
Well, I don't think the natural show the supernatural. I think that's more than a leap.
Yeah. That is what Jill's position is.
It is basically the same idea. If I can prove these things, I should trust those things. But we're still operating within our own biases. Like, obviously, Jill and I are reading basically the same text, and we see it very differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Just man and can't multitask. I've just got a message.
man and can't. Actually, you subconsciously multitask 24/7.
Yeah.
In your autonomic systems. Is it autonomic? Am I saying that wrong? Automated, anyway.
No, I think that's right. Yeah. All right,
so these are the reasons that I believe there's been no Sabbath. These are the reasons that I believe that God is not conscious. These are the reasons that I believe that we become angels, that the Father in heaven is indeed an ascended being off of an earth who became an angel. Sir?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I thought the Bible said that angels are a different species to humans.
Yeah, where does it say that?
Not sure.
Okay, so what you're talking about is an overall thought collected from little tidbits here and there, which Christians have been professing for some time.
Yeah.
But I can show you the book of Revelation, the largest commentary in the Bible on this topic, and actually the only complete idea in any of the 66 books. Where it refers to the angels, it calls them angels. It says they're uncountable. Like, you can't even make an approximation of how many there are. You can't even get that far. They're just too many. and that they went through end times and they accepted Christ, and that's how, and it qualifies that that's how they got to heaven. So it's obviously, to me, describing what we do at the end of this earth. We go through end times, we accept Christ, we go to heaven. Saying that angels did that is to say, well, you make your own conclusions.
Yeah. So angels are just beings from a different planet.
It works.
Who got into heaven.
And also is included in the story how this all began, that there have to be Earths, and why there's an admission of failure in the story of Lucifer. Like, why would anybody want to write that? Oh, I totally failed. I had this archangel. He was beautiful. He was smart. He was perfect in every way. And I failed him. And here's how it happened. Why the hell would you write that? Well, it's to explain how innocence allows evil. So you can think something's a perfect situation, and actually it's not. Because it could allow, because of our own ignorance, the destruction of ourselves. And I could make the example of germ theory. When we were ignorant of germs, we treated them poorly. We didn't do the right things that we do now. And there was a hell of a lot more death because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The Christian account of Satan makes no sense whatsoever. Like, God created his own arch nemesis. Why?
That makes no sense.
Why would you do that? That's just
right.
stupidity.
Well, it's part of their omni claims, but what the text calls Satan is that old whatever.
Oh,
well, if you call something old, what does that mean? Does that mean it's younger than you?
No.
Well, if you created something, do you have to pre-exist it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if something pre-exists you, did you create it?
Oh, sorry. No, start again.
If you call something old, is it older or younger than you?
Older.
Oh, okay. And if something pre-existed you, could you have created it?
No.
You see, there is no claim in the Bible that God created Satan. It's just not there. In fact, it says the opposite. It says Satan's older than God.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before.
It calls him that old devil and that old dragon. It says it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the actual claim? The actual claim is Yahweh is younger than Satan. That's the actual claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which would throw the entire creator God.
No.
Unless
there's definitely a claim of creating. I'm sorry, go ahead. You didn't finish the thought, and I thought you had.
No, it's fine. Unless Satan, like, you can't have the Christian God creating the universe.
Absolutely not.
If Satan is older than the Christian God.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the text doesn't claim God made the universe.
Yeah.
It describes what God does create, and everything's from this planet, from this perspective, either looking down directly onto this planet or standing on the planet looking outward. Nothing else is referred to. I'll give you a case for that. There's two Hebrew words, or and meor. Now, one is the light source, one is the ambiance. What is lit by that light? So I can, in the English, I say light, and I could mean the fixture in the ceiling, and I could mean that I can see my own hand. Okay? Because were I in darkness, if the light were off, I couldn't see my own hand, right?
Yeah.
Well, the word used there is is the Hebrew word which means ambient light. It doesn't mean a light source. So when it gets translated into the idea of the sun, the light source, that's wrong. It's actually talking about atmosphere. Literally in a restaurant, what we call atmosphere. That is the ambient light and how you perceive that light and what you can see and what is hidden and blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
So when the Christian talks about the Bible and says, and then the atheist refers to it, which is worse thinking, by the way, saying the sun was created the third day. No, that's not what it reads or anything close to that.
Yeah, light was created first, then the sun. So there's obviously a difference there. Yeah.
Right. So what it actually, I mean, go back and read it. And if you look at the actual Hebrew words, it's talking about the ambiance on the planet, i.e. atmosphere. And the reason we use the word atmosphere is because it's literally atmosphere that breaks up the light of the sun and causes general lighting. That's what does that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, in our modern tongue, it'd be better translated as atmosphere, not light.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, it's that just fundamentally wrong what Christians say and just against the actual words.
Yeah, but they have a lot of problems with Genesis. The order of creation doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
What's the scientific survey on the order of the formation of this planet getting to its present state where mankind is on it? What's the order?
First there was, I'm not sure.
What was the first state of this planet after the solar disk and the formation, the aggregation of this planet through accretion? What was its original state according to science?
I'm not sure. It wasn't all water, was it?
I don't know why you're answering not the question. Could you answer the question?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So it was essentially a very tumultuous, hot mess of volcanic activity and, before there would even be like what we would call tectonic plates. It was just insane.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any life on the planet? Was there any biological life?
No.
Oh, okay. Were there things like oceans?
Possibly.
No.
No.
Were there water oceans? Liquid water?
No.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Okay. So I could use some ancient terms to describe that. I could say it was void of life, and it was without area distinctions. I could say it like this: it was formless and void. Is that the first comment in the Bible about the condition of the planet at its beginning? You see, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. Welcome, Math Big. Good to see you. And yes, I do have a very sexy voice. Thank you very much.
And a beard. Very nice. Peace and respect, brother Math Pig. Great to see you.
I don't think for a minute he was talking about me, but
let's pretend that anyway.
Yeah.
Brother Math Pig, I love you. I really do. And I miss you, and I wish I had more time to spend with you and lots of other people. I'd like to have thousands of years to spend with each of you, actually.
And you will.
And I believe I will. Okay, so according to science, what was the next thing on the planet that was significant?
Significant would that be water?
Well, atmosphere first.
Atmosphere, yeah.
Because you can't have water without an atmosphere on the planet, because the water would just end up being produced into outer space, and that wouldn't work out.
Yeah.
Or outer space can't produce water. I would say it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although the water did come from, I think Scientists say
some percentage, yes.
Comets. Yeah.
Comets. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So the next significant thing is atmosphere, and after that, large bodies of water, and those large bodies of water are at some water level, and there's places on the planet once it's at that hardened state that are higher than others. So now you have individual land masses. Is that the order the Bible gives? And yes, it is. Yeah, it says light, and then it says waters from the waters, and let the dry land in between appear in between the waters. Yes, it does.
Okay.
I'm sorry, between, and that word water right there means salty water or sea. So it's not the same as people. Okay. And then after that, were there immediate mammals, or were there first plants? What came first after that?
I would imagine plants would have to come first before.
Right. Now, is that what's next in the Bible? Yes, it is. And what comes after plants, according to science? Animals. And is that the next step in the Bible? Yes, it is. And then do those plants become more specialized and more preferable to what a human being is? Yes, they do. And do the animals also change and become? I mean, it's exactly right.
Can I get back to the sun? It does say that plants existed on Earth before the sun existed.
Does it say that? Could you read that part to me, please?
Yeah. What's that? It goes into Genesis. Mind you, there are two different versions.
And the reason I care is because it's vastly improved my life, and I think it can yours too.
Oh, that be good.
Because I do care for you. I'm not joking.
No, I know.
It's to me, it's not just an argument.
Yeah.
Richard,
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Checkmate, atheist. Sorry. A little delayed.
Missed half of it, Kevin. Kevin, could you repeat that? I missed more than half of it.
I said, so I take it you're not going to end this conversation by saying checkmate, atheist?
You know, I'm not interested in a checkmate. I'm interested in whatever reality is, because when we act on reality, we have success and we're happier.
Right. Let's start from the beginning. Welcome to Bible. Wow, I never thought I said this. Welcome to Bible study with Wild Arts. Drop yourselves in. This might be a bumpy ride.
And the world's worst heretic to go with him. Go ahead.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters.
Oh, by the way, from on the earth, if there's no atmosphere, just like from the moon, when you look out, the face that you see is dark and deep. That is, outer space appears black without an atmosphere.
But doesn't waters mean people?
Yes, the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. That is, the Yahweh is tending to the folks.
But this is when the earth was formless and empty.
Yes, when the angels first came here and found a useless planet with no life on it, God was already in charge of the angels.
So the waters were the angels, not humans.
Yes, when it's overly pluralized, it's a person group.
Okay. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. This is another point. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So he created night and day. He created night and day. Yeah, he created night and day before he created the sun.
I'm sorry, there's never a mention of creating the sun. That's what I'm telling you.
All right. Okay.
Because just like the planet existed, the solar disk had already accreted. The sun was there before that. We know this. Just call me Doctor We Notice.
And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water.
It doesn't say water. Read it again. It's waters. Separate the waters between the waters. People groups.
Oh yes,
Separating people groups.
Let there be a vault. Yeah. Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water.
Right.
So God made the vault.
So there's a large people group that's going to be divided at some percentage. It doesn't say the percentage.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got really bad heartburn. Ow.
You know what's excellent for that, and it's quick and easy?
Baking soda.
Have you ever? Yes, very effective.
Yeah, I might have to nip out and get some of that. Ow.
Well, you're going to be distracted and in physical pain until you do. You shouldn't delay that.
Yeah, it's going now a little bit. Ow. God call the vault guy. Right, so yeah, if we can just I'm gonna have to go out. If we can get to the sun, and God said, "Let the water in the sky be gathered to one place," and let. Actually, I can just do control now. Sun. Yeah, doesn't it? Fair enough.
Maybe it's because it's not there.
Yeah.
I told you it's not there. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. Then
now you can find modern translation which translate may order improperly and say it's the sun. You can find that. It's just a bad translation though.
Yeah.
Because it's atmosphere, not light source.
Yeah, which would throw like everything out. As I was saying
which
about...
actually, if you take into consideration those the differentiation between those two Hebrew words, this matches science. It's in the correct order. As we understand, things really did happen.
Oh,
now, you might argue the reason the things happen, fine, but it's in the right order.
No, I'm going to fight you on this just because I suspect that I'm wrong, but this is one of my favorite arguments against.
You're going to have to drop it after this conversation. You realize that?
I know.
Right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
I mean, you still have other arguments. That's fine.
Yeah. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years." And
sure, a calendar.
Again, without the sun. The argument
it says it's using the moon and the sun for a calendar. It does say that.
All right.
That just says the concept of calendar was introduced in that day. It doesn't say the sun was made. It doesn't say the moon was made either. It says it used them. It assigned them values. Sure. Okay.
But the sun and moon would have to exist in order to...
Just word search created great light. You're going to find great light and no created. The word created will not be there.
Created. There's 5. So God created the great creatures of the sea. No. So God created mankind in his own image. Created. That's it.
Okay. There you go. The Christian claim is just not in the text. It's just not there. See, they take that created this situation as being created all things. Sorry, the only thing it talks about is this planet and your perspective from this planet or looking down at this planet. It's the only topic. Going into unnecessary detail, like you can use constellations and the sun and the moon to track time. Well, we already were when this was written down, weren't we? So you didn't need to say that. That's not a revelation.
Wouldn't this, I know it doesn't say sun,
right?
But God made two great lights. The greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern. Isn't that talking about the sun and the moon?
Could you please look up the word made?
Made. Well, like in
why doesn't it read created? Why does it read made right there? Why a different word? Because there's a reason it's a different word.
That's a good point. I would have to. How would I do that?
I'll tell you what made is. Made is like constructing a concept or pointing out a thing, such as the word behold.
Kind of announcing a purpose.
It's announcing a purpose. It's not making it ex nihilo, which is the normal claim. That's not what it means. Just like I could say, I made you recall your name. Does that mean I created Wildheart the person? No.
So when it says God, when it says God made two great light, is that talking about the sun and the moon?
Yes, I
forget
think so.
about the made for now.
Yeah,
is it talking about the sun and the moon in the first place?
Yes, it even goes on to say that one is 1/7 the brightness of the other in some other part of the text. Yeah, I think it's talking about the sun and the moon. Yeah,
but it's not saying that God. But he's not saying that God created the sun and the moon.
That word "create." Okay, there's two kinds of word "create" in our language, so I can show you the difference.
Yeah,
you created a sentence. Now, what did you do to create that sentence? Go ahead and tell me.
I put words together.
So you didn't create the English language. Did you create the English language in order to make that sentence, or was that based in other things you already knew?
Yeah, no, I didn't create the English language. No.
See, now, if you ex nihilo started speaking, then it would be the Wildheart language. It would be specific to Wildheart. Nobody else would understand it, right? That would be an ex nihilo creation of a language. But you create a sentence based in an existing language. In other words, you arranged it, you purposed it, etc., etc. You manipulated an existent thing, right?
Yeah. So God didn't create the sun and the moon. They already existed, and he's just giving them purpose.
Right. In fact, didn't create the planet, or else if it was created, how did it have these preconditions of being formless and void? He didn't create it in the sense, he created a habitation on this planet and then goes to describe how the habitation was created, i.e. atmosphere, then water, then plants, then animals, then us.
But it does say that God created the heavens and the earth.
Yes, it does. And that word created means to repurpose, reform. That's what that word there means.
Created.
Now, it can mean to create out of nothing, but that wouldn't be in context, since the rest of it is not only describing its prior condition, this planet. It says there's an existent condition, and then it goes on to say how they changed it. So it's obviously not talking about ex nihilo creation of even this planet, never mind the whole of the universe.
So God didn't create the heavens either?
Sure. Put atmosphere on the planet. He repurposed gases and made an atmosphere where this kind of environment can exist.
No, but the heavens, God didn't create.
Is that lowercase or uppercase heavens?
Lowercase.
Okay, then it means sky.
Created the sky and the earth.
And uppercase heaven means habitation of God and angels. And they would have created that too. What, somebody else going to make their house for them? Who the hell is going to do that? What is this, a big human charity case in the universe? Oh, those poor humans, let's make them a house. They're too stupid to do it themselves. No, they make both heavens. The only way you can go too far with it is make it all the celestial bodies. That's too far.
Mm.
I mean, you agree with me, you can't have a no car with a flat tire that is out of gas. You can't have a planet, a lack of planet that is formless and void. There be no descriptors for a lack of a thing. That's nonsense.
Well, some liberal scholars will try to take the clause in Genesis 1. I think Genesis 1 teaches ex nihilo, but there are liberal scholars who suggest that it should read like this: when in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. So they've taken verse 1 and as a main clause, or not as a main clause, but merely a subordinate clause. So there are debates between liberal and conservative scholarship on this issue. I really don't consider it to be an actual essential of the faith, but it's all about liberal scholarship and how they impose these ideas onto the text. It's always been read as ex nihilo until modern scholarship, 19th century German scholarship.
Mathpig has a question, and sorry, Mathpig, I was in a different tab, that's all. And he's gone now anyway, so it doesn't matter. But can you ask Richard how the meteor is going? Did it split into parts yet? I've not tracked it lately.
Well, unfortunately, I just answered him in text, but I'll answer it verbally as well. It was evidently me being too excited, and it's the wrong comet. It did not split into 6 parts. It is now starting its arch upward and out of our solar system. And not only that, but Jupiter has now moved out of the necessary constellation to fulfill the prophecy, and it will be literally another 11 years before it gets back in the right position.
Right. Okay. Cheers. No, if anyone wants to join, I'll just put Joe backstage again.
Obviously.
Yeah, I can leave too. I'll just leave. I wanted to ask Jill, how does he qualify what is essential? I don't remember the way he phrased essential to the core value.
Whether or not it was actually taught repeatedly, whether or not the martyrs shed their faith for teaching the doctrine. So I go back to the actual first century, the Acts of the Apostles.
Excuse me. Shed their life?
Excuse me. I go back to the actual Advent and say, what were they teaching? What were they stressing? What were they emphasizing? And I make those the essentials.
Did you say the martyrs shed their faith for certain ideas? That's literally what you said. Didn't you mean shed their life?
That's what he said.
I might have said shed their blood or shed their.
You meant gave their life. Their blood. Good. Okay.
Right. So that's how we can determine what was important or essential, simply put.
Of course, that assumes that no one ever died for a bad idea or a misunderstanding.
Genesis 1 does not give you a chronology of creation. It's just simply giving you a hierarchy of creation. So it's a literary masterpiece, Genesis 1. I love it. Genesis 2 is giving you more so just concentrating on man and their relationship with God.
You're saying the Bible's wrong, right?
No. You may be saying that, but we never say that. We don't.
No, I said it's right. I said it's perfectly.
I'm saying it's right also.
Science.
Yeah, we're saying it's right also. We're saying it's not intended to give you science or any scientific rendering or chronology of creation. But if you want to read into it, such, then you go right ahead. But
okay, so
we're just talking about what the text is intended to communicate.
Let's say I am just reading into it. Okay, isn't it better that I read into it in such a way it agrees with observable reality? Isn't that better?
No, it doesn't agree with observable reality. If you're reading something in the text that's not there, then no, that's not observable reality.
You always avoid the question no matter what.
That's not observable reality. If you're reading into a text that doesn't say what it says, what you want it to say, that's not observed. That's not observed in the text. The text is the reality, not what your mind has thought of or conjured up.
You know, everything you said was a non sequitur to the actual question.
The actual question was, does that correspond to reality? No, because the text is the reality.
No, that's wrong.
Not your scientific ideas or what you think happened 16 billion light years away or ago.
It's literally not what I asked you.
Okay, well, I think it's clear to the audience that I answered your question. The reality is the text.
I think it's clear to everyone except for you.
So you're
it was a complete non sequitur.
If you're imposing your own ideas and calling that reality, then if it's foreign from the text, it's not reality. It's not what they were communicating.
Okay, when I said reality, I was referring to the scientific consensus, which I think there's no argumentation.
Okay, again, Genesis 1 and 2 is not a scientific rendering of creation. Okay. If you would listen, take the earplugs out of your ear, put your hearing aid on maybe, then you would have heard me say that 3 times already. Genesis 1 and 2 is not designed to tell you what scientifically happened.
Okay. Would it be better if it were?
No. Would a math book be better if it told you what happened when Washington crossed to Delaware?
No, but it would be better if it told you how math started at the beginning of the story and was accurate to reality.
No, that's history, sir. That's the history of math. That's not mathematics. Ask a math teacher.
Yeah, but you made that part up. That isn't what I asked you.
Okay, so no, if the book never intends on communicating X, then no, it's not better if it does communicate X. If you want X, go to a book that communicates X, like a science book. And
so for science, you go to a science book. So for geology, you go to a geology manual. Is that right?
For geology, if you're talking about places in particulars,
that's geology, not geography, you teacher.
Geology, okay.
Geology, not geography.
Okay. You can go to it. Well, it depends because there are some places historically that say these are mountainous regions. So you can determine that there should be mountains. So archaeologists actually use the Bible. The best ones actually use the Bible to find their digs. Right. So yeah.
Which is not the same as geography, by the way. Which is not the same thing as geology, by the way.
Geology deals with the structure. If the Bible said the structure of the earth, if the Bible says there's a mountain here, that's a mountain. There's a mountain here. So that's historical, and it's also geology.
Cool. You found the right word. Now that we're on the same word.
So archaeologists will use the Bible to find mountains, to find geology.
Great. You found the right word. Excellent. Okay, so where in geology manuals do you find the flood of the planet?
Well, there are arguments that are made that I'm no expert
use them.
Can I answer your question?
You don't have to. We all know
there are arguments that are made
right now.
There are arguments that are made from looking at the way the layers are, what you would call a geological column. They say that is the result of the flood. So we're both looking at the same evidence. We just come to a different understanding of while reading that evidence. So
I'm sorry, who said that?
Standing for Truth and people like that who actually study these things beyond what I can.
You want me to
Ken Hovitt, for instance. Dr. Kent
You
Hovind.
want me to submit to SFT and Kent Hovind?
I'm certainly. You want me to submit to you? So
yes,
the Bible
at least that makes
doesn't.
Sense.
So the Bible, as I was saying, the Bible doesn't care to get into that discussion. It doesn't attempt to. They're making their scientific rendering, and you're giving your scientific rendering. Well, I guess we can't trust science because two people are reading science, and science is not interpreting itself. I guess
that's not what you said before. You said
so we can't trust science, right, Wildheart? Oh, let's throw science out the window. Must not be real.
Can you stop filibustering, please?
Oh gosh!
Every time you stop, I try to start. You start again. Can you stop?
Go ahead and start.
Okay, so what you said before was, if you want science, go to a science manual. Then I ask you about a science manual. Then you say that it doesn't agree with the Bible or with the I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
I never said that because you're not listening. That's why.
I can't. You're talking in circles and confusing.
I know it is confusing when you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying the Bible never intended to answer certain questions that you're trying to make it answer. And because people try to make it answer questions, they then get into debates. But the Bible never actually entails any of this. It never intended to tell you the age of the earth. It never intended to tell you what the days, how long the days are in creation. Never intended those things. So when you have a disagreement, it's a disagreement when it comes to science. Those who hold to the earth, the global flood, they argue that the sediment layers are there because of a rapid catastrophic event they call the flood. You say, or others would say, that no, that accumulated over time. So that's a debate within the scientific realm.
Okay.
But if science interprets itself, then science will eventually find out who has the right opinion in that matter. But the Bible doesn't even attempt to make that assertion or make those claims on either side, old or young earth. The Bible doesn't care to get into that discussion.
Okay. Breathe. Okay. All right. So then instead of asking you a question and asking you to be what I think is rational, I'm just gonna say it as an assertion. If the Bible agreed with the observable reality, it would be more convincing. And I'll just stop there.
It doesn't have to even get into the debate. So it doesn't agree or disagree because it doesn't try to answer those questions. So you can't impugn the Bible if it never attempts to answer what the Pythagorean theorem is or what the square root of 16 is. Oh, look, it doesn't have the square root of 16.
Could you spell Pythagorean? Could you please spell Pythagorean?
No, I cannot, actually.
Why not? You just said it. You obviously have read the word. Would you please spell it?
Every time I've taught the Pythagorean theorem, I've actually had to look up the spelling to make sure I don't spell it wrong. Because we have people like Richard Madsen in my classroom who will sit in the back and not that raise their hand the entire semester, but they'll raise their hand to tell me that I spelled the word wrong on the board. So yeah, I look that word up every time. It's a Greek term or word, and it's very difficult to spell.
How many bearded guys in their 50s are usually in the back of your classroom?
How many what?
Bearded guys in their 50s?
0, I hope, unless he's a PSS or.
Okay.
Just Pythagoras was a person, so you're talking about the theorem.
He is a Greek philosopher, right? It's a Greek word or a Greek rendering or
I'm just
diction.
wondering where you got the word Pythagorean.
Name, yeah.
Where the heck does the word Pythagorean come from? What does it mean?
The Pythagorean rhythm C equals A square root of A squared plus B squared, something like that. Yeah.
I know why you're getting it wrong, but I'm not going to correct it.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Did I pronounce it wrong? Did I pronounce it wrong?
No. You didn't pronounce it wrong. You pronounced it so far from correct, you're not even wrong.
Pythagorean theorem. That's how I
You're
pronounce
not
it.
even
You
close
have,
to being wrong.
you have a different
You're not good
pronunciation?
enough to be wrong.
What's your pronunciation?
Oh, no.
No, sorry, Richard.
What's your pronunciation? I'm curious if it's different from mine.
No,
You're
Jill.
just making up a nothing burger. I'll be right back.
Pronunciation? What's the word?
Dwell on your
Can you tell me what the word?
nothing burger.
He's going to
Tell me
Google
what
it.
the word pronunciation means.
Yeah, sorry. That's what. Yeah, it's pronunciation. He even pronounces.
No, it refers to pronouns. It's a pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
That's a Jillism.
You can't even pronounce pronunciation.
Dude, where I come from, you couldn't get past the 6th grade using words this way. They would fail you.
Don't worry, Jill. Nowadays, you can get a doctoral degree. He's saying it exactly like that.
Wow.
Carry on, Jill.
Modern standards.
And Pythagoras was a Greek mathematician.
Don't do it. Make him look it up. I wonder what Pythagoras' pronouns were.
Pronunciation. Yeah.
What the hell are we talking about? Someone refresh my memory. I can't remember.
How did Pythagoras pronunciation his own?
And Jill, I think Todd wants you to put on some lotion. 7 minutes ago, he says you're ashiest, only half the truth and half care. I think you're the only ashy person on the panel, Jill.
Moisturize, bro.
Yeah, gotta moisturize.
See, when I get ashy, I just look whiter.
Yeah, people don't even notice on me. They're just like, hey, it's a little bit rough. Never really called me ashy, though.
No.
Welcome, Pop Socks and Brandon. Good to see you both.
Pythagorean theorem.
Pythagorean.
Pergamum.
No,
Pergamum
that's
enumerating.
Richard, that is clearly the wrong pronunciation of that.
It's Pergamum enumerating. That's what's going on here. Did I sound smart? That's what I really want, is everyone to think I'm smart. So Pythagorean and stuff.
Pythagorean?
Starting to sound like the Swedish Chef or something. My gosh, it's bad. Hurdy-gurdy. Gurdy-gurdy, the shotgun is started.
You know, Swedes get really mad about that. They say, that's how Norwegians speak. That's not us. They just... So I always have to tell them, I know, it was just alliterative. They had to have something that sounded like chef, so the Norwegian chef didn't sound right.
Yeah.
Just the Swedish chef.
Welcome, Spooky. Good to see you.
Favorite one is the shotgun. He throws a cabbage up in the air and shoots it with a shotgun, and Brussels sprouts come down.
That's good.
I love that. That was great. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. So is there any part of the beginning of the book of Revelation that within the context I've presented makes no sense in reality?
Yeah.
Did I say Revelation? I meant Genesis. Yep,
Yeah.
you're right.
Okay,
Yeah.
You might struggle with Revelation.
You guys are totally right. I said the wrong word. I'm sorry.
No,
is there anything
fine.
in the beginning of the book of Genesis that against reality in the context I've given makes no sense?
No, like I say, I've been struggling to find a to find a good argument, but no, not really. Oh, that was one of my best ones as well. Fucking hell.
That's okay. You've got others. By the way, you can use any of these arguments against Christian standard thinking on the text and just show that they're inconsistent. They don't make sense compared to the actual words. It's all based in tradition. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It just has to do with their tradition. Which means every time that some Christian claims, the Bible's my final authority, bullshit. Your church is your final authority, which you selected, which was subject to your bias and preformation. That's a Jillism. Preformations.
That's the wrong pronunciation.
Your preferences. It was subject to your own preferences. In other words, you agree with you. That's all it means is you agree with you. No kidding.
Right, can we move on to bats or birds? I can't.
Oh yeah, let's go on. Sure.
Yeah, bats or birds because they fly.
Okay, present it.
Yeah, it says that basically the Bible says that bats are birds and not.
Yeah, can you actually read that part to me, please?
Yeah,
I mean, do it like I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
okay,
inform
does
the
the Bible
audience of the
actually say
argument.
that, or is that just what Jill said previously?
No, the Bible actually says that. Yeah,
I think that's an Aaron Raw. I'm pretty sure that's an Aaron Raw, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. One sec.
So is this
I've
the
got to pee
line
so bad. I
where
want you to know, Wildheart, my bladder is willing to suffer from overpressure for you in order to address this.
All right, I'll be quick. Leviticus 11:13-19. The Bible refers to bats as birds in Leviticus. However, modern science classifies bats as mammals, not birds. Christians speculate that a bat in this verse is categorized as a bird because it flies like the other birds.
Right. We actually had a conversation. Me and Ape Man had a conversation about taxonomy on his channel, and you're allowed to have your own taxonomy or organization, categorization of animals. That is not against science to say. For instance, if I were to have my taxonomy of fruits, and I were to say, I'm putting all of the red fruits or the fruits that display a red colorish or red color in this category. All right. And then I'm putting all the green fruits in this category, all the yellow fruits in this category. No, a banana is not I'm trying to think of a yellow fruit. It's not another type of yellow fruit. I can't think of one. But my taxonomy is simply putting the fruits in the category based on color. That's the observation. The color is yellow. That's the observation. So taxonomy is not science in that it does not, it's not settled science, or it's not suggesting that your category or your categorization is any better than anyone else or more scientific than anyone else. You have to ask the reader or ask the taxonomist, what are you using to categorize? And then once you learn out what they're using, then you would say, okay, that's correct. If that's your criteria, that they have wings, then yes, a bat is a bird. Now, if you're going to use another taxonomy which separates them based off other characteristics or categorize them based on other characteristics, then no. According to that taxonomy, birds are not birds, or birds are not bats.
Yeah.
So Moses had his own taxonomy, which he has the right to do. Carl Linnaeus, who was a Christian, had a different way of organizing.
I mean, if we can all just make shit up, then Moses had every right to just make shit up and say, because it has wings and it flies, then it's a bird.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
People do that today. They say
it would
because we both walk upright, we're both apes.
Yeah,
Same thing.
it was just making shit up. Then that's right.
Yeah. That's making shit up. Yeah. We both walk upright. Therefore, we're both apes. Same difference. What's the
So
difference?
you're discussing the real problem there is that an ape is more closely related to a bat than a bat is to a bird.
That's irrelevant to the point I was making. The point I was making is that he's not using DNA. You just imposed DNA as a criteria. Moses wasn't using DNA. So he was just using observation wings. That's the observation. They both have wings, not they both have similar DNA. Had that been his criteria, and then he went along to say in the premise 2 that bats, or the conclusion that bats are birds, then he would be wrong. If he started out with premise 1, DNA is the criteria, and then he said bats have wings, birds don't, or birds have wings, therefore their bats are birds, he would be wrong. But that's not how he started out with his observation. His observation was not DNA, it was wings, period. End it there.
So bees would also be birds based on that criteria. Bees have wings, therefore bees are birds.
I don't think he put bees in the same category.
I'm not. Just based on what you just said.
Well, yeah.
Anything with wings is a bird.
I knew I was going to find a translation problem. I found it.
Yeah.
The problem is not bat and bird. The problem is the word fowl and how we think of what fowl means and what the actual word here is. And when I look up Hebrew 5774, it means anything that flies. It doesn't mean feathered animal. It just doesn't differentiate. So when you and I say fowls, that would
just on an admin thing. I'm going to put myself. I need to go out to the shop, and midnight's just left. Sorry, carry on. But yeah, I'll be right back. Anyway.
So it doesn't differentiate. It just means flying stuff. It's not fowls. Fowls is a bad translation. It shouldn't say fowls. It should say animals of the air or something more like that.
Well, that harkens to Wildheart's point just a minute ago, though, because how would you differentiate like ladybugs and bees? Are they with the flying things or the creeping things? What category do they fall into? It seems like very vague. If it's a type of taxonomy,
it was meant to be vague. It was not meant to be a precise taxonomy. It was meant to have wide categories. So that's the author's intention, is not to give you a detailed, grouping like you would have today in a more sophisticated taxonomy, which uses numbers of criteria, not just one. They can fly. That was the only criteria.
Would Kent Hovind say that when Noah was getting together the kinds to put on the ark, that he took a bat and a ladybug and say, here's two of the same kind?
No, because a kind also meant that they could reproduce. So a bat would not.
Well, but if you're not using DNA, though, because you said that
they're using observation. They see that the bat is reproducing with the bat, and the flies are reproducing with the flies. So there's different kinds. Yeah.
Okay.
Even though they both would be in the same category as flying creatures, but I don't think the insects. I think the insects would be more creeping things than fowl, because they do more creeping, I guess, than flying. But something like a bird and a bat, primarily they're winged or flyers. Those wings are for flight, not necessarily for, like a bee, which does have wings and does fly, but it's more like an insect. And they're very broad cat. So Moses wasn't wrong. He just had a really, really archaic, less sophisticated categorization of creatures, which is a taxonomy, but it's no better or it's no more wrong, I should say, than any other categorization. I personally put humans in a category by themselves, or creatures that are made in the image of God. I put them in a different category than an ape, regardless of what other similarities you can find. I think that one category alone puts us in a category by ourselves.
Were termites clean or unclean?
I have no idea. I don't even think termites would need to be gathered. They would survive on their own.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they can survive on a piece of wood floating.
Yeah, or even a leaf. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just thinking, if I was trying to say, do they have cloven hooves? Do they chew their own cud? Are they clean or unclean? Be a tough call.
There's a reason why they didn't eat the pig. This plays into their just observation. They observed it eating its own feces.
Right.
So they said, look, this is unclean. Obviously, that's to them, that was common sense. But to us, we just cook the pig really, 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 really bad before we eat it to make sure there's no trichinosis or worms or something that can lodge into the pig's lodge into your intestines and kill you. But they just made the observation, hey, this animal is eating in its own dung. So I'm not going to eat it. Okay. Very, very simple, archaic, but still practical. And, they didn't have the technology we have today. So they couldn't see the trichinosis, but, that's just common sense, which is why certain behaviors were nonsensical to them as well. The pig eats in its own fecal matter. The LGBT play in each other's fecal matter. See ya. I gotta run. My heart came back.
Speaker feelings. I don't even.
So how did we get from bats to birds to bacon and pigs to LGBT swimming in their own fecal? Bye, Joe.
Yeah, I just had to throw something in there. So, but it sounds like the laws of the Bible you're saying are extremely context dependent upon the time they were written, right? Like they don't necessarily even apply now, because you said that the people who wrote the Bible, the rules they were laying down, they were for primitive people who didn't have modern technology and medicine, right? So they don't even necessarily apply to us. Why would they apply to us? We're more advanced as culture, civilization.
Yeah, I think Joe. Yeah, I think Joe's gone away. Wow. But this is supposedly like a book inspired by God. He's saying Moses didn't really know what he was talking about and made up shit about bats being birds.
Well, when you say inspire, what do you mean by inspire? Because anything can be inspired, but I grew up being told he was basically whispering into the author's ear, telling them what words to write down.
Yeah,
divine dictation.
Yeah, but you would have thought if the Bible was true and inspired by whatever you take to mean inspired, then God wouldn't write that bats are birds because he would know better. Jill is saying that Moses didn't know better. That's why he wrote it that way, which would indicate that Moses wasn't inspired by God. He was just writing down what he understood, but he was wrong. If it was inspired by God, then he wouldn't have been wrong. Basically.
Well, it's God just told him to write something down. He didn't tell him what to write. He was like, write something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just go for it. Yeah. Write down whatever you want. Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. And sorry, side chat. I've been not conspiracy. Do you believe Adam and Eve were real people? If I can go first on that, no, because that would be impossible due to what we know about evolution. Yeah, that would just be impossible.
I think if Adam and Eve were real people, we have a serious problem, genetically, because they're by definition related. They're inbred. Then their kids are inbred, and then so on and so forth, all the way down the line. I don't think the flood really fixed that. If we all come from the same two related people, right? Because Eve was made from the genetic material of Adam. Then I don't see how we can avoid the incest problem.
Well, there wasn't an incest problem back then because there weren't any genetic illnesses. It took I don't know how many hundreds of generations before incest actually became a problem, is the theory.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but I'm not sure about the hundreds of generations though, because sin came into the world just after Adam and Eve.
But it took time to accumulate enough to cause genetic degradation.
Yeah.
So maybe when the sons of God came down to the daughters of men, maybe that's when it got messed up.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to answer your question because I had to step away. Dr. Bob, the Bible is intended to communicate one thing, okay, and that is redemption for mankind. So divine intervention and redemption for mankind. But along the way, it mentions other things, which it never really intends to expound on or get into the nuances. If later we do get into those nuances, that's fine. God doesn't have a problem with you discovering nature or uncovering things in nature. But the Bible was intended to communicate one thing. That's it.
So do you believe that the entire
God's redemptive plan for humanity?
So you're saying the only true thing, not the only true, how can I put it? You're saying the only inspired bit of the Bible is the bit about redemption. Everything else is just made up by the people who wrote
the moral
understanding.
No, the moral teachings are inviolate. They don't go away. They're for every culture and every era. So the moral aspects, but along the way, it talks about things like.
But you said
creation.
But you said the only purpose of the Bible is about redemption, not morals.
That's the sole purpose, yes, but it also teaches.
That's the sole purpose. The one and only
for life, and here on this planet, and eternal life. So it teaches
right. So
life
the one
here
and only
and
purpose,
life in the afterlife.
So the one and only purpose of the Bible is about redemption, and then you said, but all the moral stuff is true. Wouldn't that be another purpose of the Bible?
No, that is part of the living here on this earth. Yes.
Redemption.
Yeah, redemptive revelation. Yeah.
Maybe prime purpose is what you meant, not sole purpose. It's always pointing out.
Yeah.
Well, when encompassed in the redemptive revelation is also moral teachings, how to behave. That's part of the deal. So you can't get one without the other.
While I was
Do
away
this, do that.
and coming back, I heard my name, but I don't know the reference. I don't know what was being spoken of. Jill, would you please?
I don't remember saying your name, but someone else may have.
Something about Richard never nuanced something.
He just threw it out. He doesn't even know what he's saying. He just throws out your name just to try to poke.
Oh, okay.
I was referring to the teachings in Scripture. Someone brought up, how can it be for all times? Because they're trying to make it teach algebra. So they're saying, look, it doesn't teach algebra, so therefore it can't be. I've even heard an atheist say this. It can't be inspired if it doesn't include everything you possibly need.
Well, you've argued with me before.
And
Bob?
To be fair, I think Jill was just saying he likes Dick. I don't think he mentioned Richard. He just likes Dick.
Oh, my confusion.
What?
Yeah.
I thought we were calling it cock.
You sound like a female.
Actually, he's asserting that you sound like a female. That's
a
what
ratchet female. That's what a ratchet female would sound like. The ones in the club.
Can we get past the meaningless insults and have an actual conversation?
Yeah, like the one Walhart just presented that I just simply responded to. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah, great.
So if you cannot
Matthew
understand
7. Hypocrites, that's what Matthew 7 preaches about.
If I can't explain to somebody the things of this physical location that they do experience, how am I ever going to explain to them heaven?
The Bible does both. I just explained that the Bible does both.
So I try to do this in the correct order that Jesus said it should be done.
The Bible teaches both about nature and how you should behave, morally speaking, based on your nature, which is just common sense. And then it also teaches about spiritual realities. Now, if you wanted to teach algebra and then say, look, it's inferior because it doesn't teach X or it doesn't teach Y, well, then I'm just going to respond and say, well, that was never the author's intention.
Right, wasn't its purpose.
Right, that wasn't the purpose.
That is a deviation from things you've said in the past.
No, it isn't, actually. I've said this on my channel for the past 10 years. Been saying this.
No, I didn't say you've never said that before. In fact, I assert that you contradict yourself constantly.
Well, sure. You can't tell us how, but sure.
No, I can.
No, you can't. You can't give an example or demonstrate how.
For instance, I've argued with you that the text is a spiritual book, and you are right now saying that it is not a spiritual book on spiritual matters.
You've argued that. Okay, you've argued that. But the Bible is also teaching you practical. We're not pragmatists, but of course the God of the Bible, because he loves us, is going to teach us things that correspond to reality, your diet, your
good. You've
exercise.
Changed your position. Good.
No, I've never. I've been teaching that for 10 years.
So the sole purpose of the Bible is to teach us about redemption, morals, and something else. So,
right.
So the sole purpose of the Bible is to have few purposes.
Yeah, under that umbrella. Yeah, sure. Under that umbrella becomes other teachings that will allow you to be successful on this planet.
I wonder if you would teach me something horribly simple. What's the spelling of the word soul the way you're using it?
The Atlantic fish.
Yeah.
So
S-O-U-L?
does that make sense to you?
S-U-O-L, S-O-L-E.
Does that make sense, Walhart?
No.
The Bible does both.
How do you? What is your spelling?
It's a spiritual reality in that God is the one.
He wants to know what type of soul you mean.
How would you spell the 4-letter word soul?
I'm not going to engage in his foolery. Don't answer a fool according to his folly. The Bible says. So regardless of trying to concentrate on how to spell soul or not, Do you understand that God's redemptive revelation is in and of itself supernatural, meaning he's communicating with human beings? So under that umbrella, what he communicates is also practical, but it's still coming from a supernatural source. It's not coming from humans themselves. So that is redemptive revelation. That is
Well, it has to be.
spiritual.
It has to be. No, it has to be interpreted through humans. If Moses got stuff wrong, then there's some interpretation going on, right? It's not direct from the source.
Moses got some.
Otherwise, Moses would never make mistakes. Well, yeah, right. He provided a complete taxonomy.
Well, then we have science to determine whether or not Moses made a mistake, and every single time we use science to check what the Bible actually communicates as far as its prescriptions are concerned, the Bible is right. In fact, when it comes to dietary laws, the Bible, the secularists are stealing what the Bible actually teaches about what you should eat. Wait a minute,
this is what I said 10 minutes ago and you argued with.
I didn't argue with that. I said,
would it be better if it agreed with observable reality?
It does.
That's literally what I asked you.
But it does.
Now
you're
saying it does.
I've already said that it does. So why are you asking? Why would it be? It's a loaded question. You're asking because it doesn't give you everything as far as what we can observe. So because it doesn't give you Pythagoras theorem, you're saying that it's less credible or there's something wrong with it.
Which theorem was that, Jill?
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras.
Which theorem was that?
Wait, he said it right. He said Pythagoras.
It could be pronounced Pythagoras.
Yeah.
But pronunciation,
is that how you pronounce it in Great Britain? That's not. Is that how you pronounce it in Great Britain?
No, that's not the right.
Is that how you pronounce it in the motherland, the mother earth?
Yeah, no, that is the correct pronunciation.
Yeah.
Pythagoras. Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'd accept either pronunciation in my classroom.
Pronunciation.
Meaning, who cares?
Yeah.
So the idea is that the Bible gives us practical reality, but it doesn't give us all of what is reality practically. Very simply
nobody claimed
put.
that. Nobody claimed that.
So when I say yes, the Bible does give us both, I'm not suggesting that it gives us what an integer is.
Just what conversation are you in that you think someone here claimed that?
So your question was loaded. It suggested that the Bible doesn't do any practicalities or teach any practical moral teachings.
What I said was on the topics it does address, wouldn't it be better if that our interpretation of the text agreed with the observable reality?
You said on the topics. Now you morphed your question now.
That's because you added stuff.
To include on the topics we're discussing.
No, Joe. No, he didn't change the question at all.
On the topics we're discussing. He just did it within a matter of 2 minutes, but you missed it because your brain is clouded.
Your answers.
Your brain is clouded.
Like 4 times,
so, yes, on the issues, yes, Richard, now you're correct. Before you weren't. On the issues it intends on communicating, we can use science to determine that it's 100% accurate 100% of the time.
Very good.
But you can't reach out for things that do not, the Bible never intends on communicating, and suggest that it is somehow inferior then because it doesn't touch on those areas, scientific areas.
Sure, there's nothing about cell structure in the Bible. I agree.
Right. But there is something about dietary laws. Take those dietary laws, compare it to our social or our sciences. Compare it to what a nutritionist would say. And they'll tell you that, yeah, you know what? They got it right before modern science.
Right, so would if I went to a nutritionist today and I asked, should I eat shrimp or not? He would say, no, don't eat shrimp. Is that what you're saying?
The Bible says you can eat shrimp.
I like shrimp.
There's some
I thought you said
shrimp.
the dietary laws. I thought the dietary laws in the Old Testament said don't eat shrimp.
No, there's nothing wrong with eating shrimp, but the dietary laws provide you with a diet that is free from those types of cholesterols.
So it says don't eat them, basically.
It leaks. Instead of eating the...
Are you saying the Bible doesn't say don't eat shrimp? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and at a time, there was a time in which the Bible wanted the Israelites to eat only certain foods.
Yeah. So if I went to a nutritionist today and said, should I eat shrimp or not, what would they say?
Well, shrimp is notably high in cholesterol. So that's what they would tell you. So don't eat too much of it.
Too much of it.
The Bible just says don't eat it. But the doctor would say don't eat too much of it. If you do, then come back and I'll have a prescription for you.
Now, I know this was like 15 minutes ago, but I'd like to address the challenge by Kev. Something about like are insects also then foul? And part of the definition number in Strong's Hebrews 5774 is that it casts a considerable shadow. So I think that, moths, butterfly, lace wings, these kinds of things don't cast a considerable shadow, so they would not be foul of the air. Sorry, that was kind of off topic. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Wildheart brought it up first. I just reiterated the question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So not only stuff in the air, but bigger stuff in the air.
So I guess, what I was angling at asking Jill there was, if the Bible can't literally, just tell me the simple truth about the birds and the bees, why would I trust what it has to tell me about, like sexual morality?
Well, it did tell you about the birds. The birds.
Well, no, Richard had to translate, some ambiguous text for me, but that it didn't actually teach me anything. It says something about foul.
Do those creatures both have wings? Yes. So it taught you that they both have wings. That's all it intended to teach you.
And it is dietary law where we can say something like, okay, this thing is worth thinking about eating. This other thing's really too small to bother with.
No, but that's not what it says. I think the Bible says, do not eat shrimp. It doesn't say don't eat too much of it. It doesn't say. It specifically says do not eat shrimp.
Can you give me a location for that where I can read of it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I'm going to ask that.
I want to know why the Bible doesn't say anything about tofu.
I think it says eating shrimp's an abomination. That's either Leviticus or Deuteronomy.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Is it in the same section of Leviticus talking about what you shouldn't eat of fowl of the air? Is it in the same section? That's 11.
Tell you.
That's 11. I'll look for it there, see if I can find it.
There was a lot packed into Leviticus. I was just looking at it. It's like they just pack everything like right in there. Here's what you can eat, who you can fuck, and all this stuff just like right there. Convenient.
I'd actually like to try to justify that for you, Kev. That I think what it's talking about here, aside from Leviticus and parts of Deuteronomy being warrior law, like what the warriors should and should not do, and it doesn't apply to you anyway. It doesn't apply to eat your shellfish if you want, whatever, doesn't matter. And it would only matter if you were in end times and part of the 144,000 or army of God. It would only matter then, which I doubt you're going to volunteer for that if you live into that time. Okay.
DT agrees.
Hey, I'm offended. Are you calling me a pacifist, bro? I'm not going to take it lying down.
Yeah, I'll fight you on that. Call me a pacifist.
Nope, not calling you a pacifist. I don't think you're French. But
Yeah, DT agrees with Richard. It's Leviticus 11.
Yeah, okay. Leviticus 11:10. But anything in the seas or the rivers that does not have fins and scales, of the swarming creatures in the waters, and of the living creatures that are in the waters, is detestable to you. Leviticus 11:9-12. These you may eat, all that are in the waters. Everything in the waters that has fins and scales, whether in the seas or the rivers, you may eat. But anything in the seas or the rivers that do not have fins and scales, of the swarming creatures in the waters, and of the living creatures that are in the waters, is detestable to you. You shall regard them as detestable. You shall not eat any of their flesh, and you shall detest their carcasses. Everything in the waters that does not have fins and scales is detestable to you. I think that's fairly concrete that you shouldn't eat shrimp. I think any shrimp, dead or alive, if it doesn't have fins.
I don't know exactly. Something that comes from the sky and poisons the oceans. Another thing that comes from the sky and poisons some closed water system and those locations. Whether or not certain animals would better or less absorb some certain poisons. But I know that it's the case that concentrations of, say, for instance, mercury naturally occurring can be found in certain species of aquatic animals and not found in others. I do know that. So it may be referring to something like that, avoiding, the idea that the army could, essentially poison themselves if after those events they ate these things. And I think that could be what it's referring to. But as to Kevin's challenge of sexual morality, etc., or any kind of morality for that matter, I think the text is using outliers and saying that those literal outliers, statistical outliers, and using them as an example of what not to do. Now, it's only saying that they're exceptional. It's not necessarily saying that there's something abnormal, unacceptable, well, abnormal literally, but unacceptable or necessarily detestable about it, only that the idea of being an outlier at such a time is a bad idea. So I think that's what it's really talking about. And one of the reasons I believe that is because of a short speech by Jesus referring to the colloquial usage of the word eunuch. And he's obviously being colloquial in his usage because the way he uses it doesn't conform to any kind of reality whatsoever for the literal usage of the word eunuch. Eunuchs are not born eunuchs. Eunuchs do not choose to be eunuchs. Neither are eunuchs surgeons making other people eunuchs. So he has to be using it in the colloquial fashion, and that's the only way he could be even close to correct, in which case he's completely correct. That people who fall out of the norm of sexual average, right? That they are either born that way, they become that way because of influences of others, or they simply choose to be, and begins the saying with, only if this applies to you will you understand it. So if you're straight, cis, white, het, whatever, you're probably not going to agree with this. But I've never had someone who is any part of the LGBTQ community disagree with this, that they were either A, born that way, or they became that way because of circumstance, or they simply chose to be that way. And then ends the saying by saying, if one can receive, parenthetical implied, the good news, let them. In other words, that they can accept the good news of Christ Jesus, that they can go to heaven, or there's no point in accepting the good news. So being that Jesus says homosexuality on this earth is absolutely okay, and these people should be given the good news of heaven. You can't go back and interpret it as in the tradition in hatred and oppression of the dogmatic Christian who says that homosexuality is condemned by God. It's just not, unless Jesus is wrong.
Sorry. Speaking of raging homosexuals, welcome in there.
Well, hello, Midnight.
Jesus was clear
and
on this issue.
And I posted several times about the calamari, and it wouldn't let me because I kept putting death in the answer. Yes, Nerdy, if you ate calamari in the Old Testament, you would need to be put to death. That's what an abomination, and you would be an abomination, means. It's a death sentence.
But we need to discuss what it means by death.
But the reason why that person is put to death is because they've defied a direct command of God.
Raging homosexual here.
Not
Raging
because
homosexual here to steer off Jill.
Shrimp. But when it comes to, Richard was wrong on a lot of points. But let me just pick out one because I don't have time to engage with all of
you're not projecting, but you being wrong on a lot of points.
Hang-ups.
Hello?
There were actually practical usage. There were actual practical usages when it comes to eunuchs historically that were very familiar to the disciples. One being physical castration. So the eunuchs were often guarding the wives of the king. So in order to prevent any type of hanky-panky, the king would have that eunuch or that servant castrated. So that's what he means by made a eunuch by others. The second is speaking of those who are born from that way. They're either incapable of having children, or physically they may be incapable of some sort of physical deformity, right? We would say birth defect. And then the last is the ones who choose to be single, the ones who choose to be eunuchs. They, for the kingdom of God, the monks, the ones who closet themselves in some cave somewhere, and they just do nothing but write scripture and pray. So in those cases, in all three of those cases, neither are born with any homosexual orientation.
Do you agree with me, Jill, that throughout the history of mankind, there have been, in some kind of a bell curve chart, people who don't fit the average sexually?
Who don't fit? Their behaviors don't fit? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Their behaviors don't fit the norm, sure.
Do you agree with me that people like to put labels on things they observe?
People like to put labels on things there, sure.
Assign words, values. Yeah. Define things. Okay. So being that you agree homosexual effeminate, 3,500 years ago and more.
Of course. They talked about it in scripture. Yeah.
And that we like to label things. Don't you think they had a word for homosexual?
Effeminate.
Could you find me the word effeminate in the ancient Hebrew language, please?
Okay. Well, that's in the actual New Testament where the word effeminate is used.
Masculine homosexuals didn't exist back then?
No, that was a way. The way the Hebrews described it is a woman behaving in the manner of a man.
So if you could just find me the Hebrew word that means the equivalent of homosexual, please.
Just come out of the closet.
Sure, there is no equivalent of homosexual because our culture created our. Excuse me, sir. Can I finish my point? Because our culture created the term to coin a
equivalent. I didn't say the word.
There is no Hebrew equivalent. There is no scientific equivalent. There's no scientific
what's
equivalent.
the Hebrew equivalent?
There is no
What's
Hebrew
their word for
equivalent,
that?
sir, of a term
Yes,
someone
there
made up in the
was.
21st century. Just
There's
like
an
there's no
equivalent.
Hebrew equivalent of abortion in the Bible. That's a term you coined. There's no Hebrew equivalent of fetus in the Bible. That's a term
Yes,
you coined.
there is
later
a Hebrew
to
expression
describe
for
a
abortion.
concept
There is.
or a young child.
It would be translated
so
something
there
like
is no Hebrew equivalent.
the
That's
rotting,
a straw man.
the rotting of
That's
the
a straw
thigh.
man.
That's how they said
Okay, so
abortion.
I think
the
we need to
rotting
look in
of
the
the
mirror when
thigh.
it comes to straw man.
No, it's not a straw man. Do you understand that
There is no Hebrew equivalent for, that's what we call the fallacy of an anachronism. That's a fallacy of anachronism. That's a fallacy. That's an anachronistic fallacy, sir. Please stop being dishonest in your discourse.
Well, just correct me and tell me how they said it.
That they did not have that term. So
they
why
just
would I look
never
for a
referred
Hebrew
to a
equivalent
homosexual
for a word that was invented in the 2008?
So they
That
knew
makes
they
no
existed,
sense.
and they like to label
They
things,
knew
but they
people
didn't
who
have a word for
displayed the
that.
behavior existed, but there is no such thing as an orientation of homosexuality. Science knows nothing of it. Neither did the ancients. Modern science knows nothing of a scientific orientation, of a homosexual orientation. And then you want to call that homosexual. Instead, they would say that that person is behaving in a certain way.
Why did I come back in here again? Remind me.
That's it.
I am
they
not
don't say that you're born that way.
fallacy. You keep accusing me of a presentism fallacy that I'm not committing.
That's what you're doing.
But if you could just tell me the word
equivalent
that
of
they
some sort of
used
construct that liberals made up in the 21st
describe
century. That's
what
an
they
anachronistic fallacy. Very simply. They observed a man lying with a man as if that man were a woman. That is literally what Leviticus 19 says.
Don't have sex with men in their vaginas. Very clear.
That's right. They're pretending as though the you-know-what is a vagina. That is literally what the text of Hebrew renders. Go argue with the rabbis on that. It's what we would call homosexuality today. But they didn't call it that then. They just described
they called it homosexuality.
What was going on. A man is lying with a man, pretending as though the you-know-what is the you-know-what. That's literally what it says.
And when someone has that lifestyle, what Hebrew word describes that lifestyle?
The word, they didn't give a coin the term. It says men lying with men. So there are several words, or it's a phrase or a moniker. It's not one word.
So if you looked it up,
coined one word later, but the Hebrews are describing the act. It's like saying I'm swinging a bat at a ball and I'm trying to hit it out of the park. What is that called? Baseball. They didn't have the word baseball in the Hebrew. They just had the description of what the player is doing in the Hebrew.
Well, I think you're just avoiding.
Yeah, pretty much. That is a great analogy, though, Joe.
Thank you.
Swinging the bat at the ball in order to hit it out of the park. Yeah.
Well, swinging the bat near the ball, anyway.
No pun intended.
It's okay. It's just your pronunciation.
What liberal scholarship will do is they'll try to do what Richard just did. Well, where is the word in the Old Testament? Where is the word homosexuality? They didn't understand.
They did have a term they used.
They didn't understand it.
They colloquially, if you troubled to look it up, which you won't, out of your own stubbornness, you would find the colloquial usage of the word eunuch to describe a man who's not all that manly. Wink, wink. They did use it that way.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I need to name no more.
Yeah, the receptive anal partner. And apparently they were profligate about it.
Sorry, can I just pick you up, Richard, on your pronunciation of colloquial? It's actually colloquial. Your
Colloquial?
mispronunciation, that word.
I'm sorry.
Colloquial.
I'm not British.
Yeah,
And I don't say
Mispronunciation was
alumini.
all?
I don't say. I also mispronounce. I also mispronounce the word aluminium.
Nice. Yeah.
Aluminum, aluminium. I don't know. I'm American. Actually, no. I was born in Italy. Then came here in like 1993. So I've been here 30 years. Well, 31
wow.
this year. Yeah. And I'll be 40 this year. Which, wow, I'm getting old.
Yeah, it's my colloquial pronunciation. There you go.
Yeah. I just had to pick you up on your colloquial pronunciation of the word colloquial. Yeah, I just had.
What is love? Wild heart, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
What is love? Yeah, Dating Thomas, don't hit the like button twice. That
He
just
hit it.
means
He hit it twice to make sure that it really understands he likes it.
By the way, Jill.
Yeah, but the end result of that will be that you
Yes, we all know that. Yeah, that's the joke. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you want to promote someone's channel, I've recently understood, and I don't know, I can't show this is true because I'm not a computer person, but if someone is, they could maybe verify this or deny it. That if you also go to share the video, it counts for promotion of the video, even if you don't actually share it. So you could open the window and simply close it out, and it's counted as a share.
Oh yeah, I'm going to do that, and everyone else do that as well. We can test that.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got no fucking hell. I've got 81 subscribers. When did that happen?
Jill, come out of the closet. It's 2024. Do not be ashamed.
It was like 60 the last time, but I've only got one like, and that's me. So if everyone watching, we got like 10, 11 viewers at the moment. Yeah,
You've been live for 5 hours. Just kidding, 3 hours.
Yeah, and I've got
6 minutes.
I've got one like, and that's me.
By the way, Richard, I got a question. Why is your name DD? Are you
Those are the initials of my channel.
Oh, right, Demolishing Doctrine. My bad. I thought.
Well,
DD,
I was showing. While Jill was speaking, and I'm sure you can appreciate this, I brought this up as my icon, and I wanted to get my name out of the way.
Oh, fair enough. And I love this, and I'm assuming this is the picture you sent Hillary's.
Yes, it is.
Because I wanted to. I love Robert Downey Jr. and that face.
I can see why you like that, man.
Like intellectual masturbation.
Yeah.
It's the kill me now face in my view.
Yeah.
Kill me now. Do I have an email address for you? Midnight? How can I send it to you?
You have me on Discord.
You had me on hello.
You had me hello, even though I can't really sing that song. I've heard that line. I forget who sings that.
Oh, no, I apologize. I've actually got. Yeah, I had to refresh. Yeah, I've actually got 13 likes. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry about that.
Lovely.
Get in.
So what's your next one? We did Genesis 1:1 through perhaps like 1:9. We did that.
Yeah.
We did fowl, which is just a bad translation. It just means big flying stuff. It doesn't mean feathered animals at all. It just means anything in the sky that casts a decent shadow.
Yeah.
What's your next one? And then I'm going to go to work.
My immediate thing is to go to Revelation, but in my opinion, Revelation is just. Revelation. Yeah, no, but it's clearly like just.
I think in the Book of Enoch, he was albino. The Christian commentator asked whether Noah was albino. Wasn't in the book? Isn't there like an albino Noah in the Book of Enoch or some shit?
How albino? How do they say that?
Was Noah albino? That's the question, Christopher. The Christian commentator asked. And I believe I heard that there is in the Book of Enoch. I don't know.
Okay, I've read the book of I've read, oh my gosh, it was, I forget which university did and what doctorate, what two doctors did the but I've read the book of Enoch, or the books of Enoch. And I don't remember any such reference.
I don't know. I heard it before. Where Noah in the book, I don't think they outright say he's albino, but it implies he is, based on the text. I never read it myself, right? I've had some other people mention that, like Bree actually brought it up a lot.
I just don't
Yeah,
see that.
I've heard that Noah. Oh no, I thought Jesus was Ruddy. Was it Noah or Jesus or both?
Wait. Ruddy doesn't mean pale.
No, it means red, doesn't it?
Yeah, it means reddish brown.
Red. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. To Google, maybe.
Yeah, but like I was saying, with Revelation, I mean, to anyone who's not a Christian or doesn't believe in this kind of stuff, on plain reading, it's clearly the work of someone who's like on a shitload of drugs. Do you know what I mean? Like mushrooms, some kind of hallucinogenic. Do you know? To anyone who doesn't believe the Bible is true and factual, I mean that's clearly how it, like a 10-headed demon dragon. I mean, it's clearly a kind of hallucinogenic kind of drug trip. And considering that it's supposed to be written by John, who was on an island with a shitload of mushrooms, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, no, that's a lot to get into.
Okay, Tanya Durgashev, I have sent that via.
I did not get it on Discord.
Maybe I didn't hit send or something. I don't know. There's also a
there we
Hebrew
go.
word
Now
with
I got it.
Yeah, boy, that was fast.
Thank you.
Computers are amazing.
Oh yeah, I gave you my address at one point.
Yes, you had.
Gonna delete that. Anyways, thank you for the picture.
Oh, anytime. No problem.
By the way, you work hard, you hear? Listen to me. Somebody who's unemployed telling you to work hard.
You also work hard at certain things. Maybe you just don't get necessarily, cash compensation for having done it. Doesn't mean you don't work. Okay, so what was the objection there? He's on Patmos?
Yeah, Patmos, an island where one of the main fun facts about the island is that. Sorry, I still got Herbert. Give him it.
I'm sorry, bro.
Is Jill still here, or is he like, stepped away, quote unquote?
Who can tell? He loves to tease. Very effeminate that way.
Hey, men love to tease too, so.
No, I'm sorry. I've never known a man who teased like that. Like, oh, I'm part of this. I'm not part of this. I'm part of this. I'm not part of this. You don't know what to think. I've never heard a guy tease that way.
Okay, fair enough. He's probably an effeminate man. Never mind then.
I mean, I've teased a woman, like saying suggestive things that show my intent constantly, but not outright saying something. But it's still on the right topic. I'm not pretending to not be there.
I think you and I should go in the bedroom and boom, 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 boom. What are you saying? Speak. What are you saying? I want to have sex with you. Is that clear?
So the word Patmos means my killing, and that's Strong's definition, number Greek, of course, 3963, my killing. So as far as I know, when a person gets killed, whether figuratively or literally can be discussed, whether it's a spiritual thing causing repentance, a big change in a person, or whether it's physical death, you still end up in this other place. So it makes sense to me that John would be on the Isle of Patmos, the Isle of my killing. That is a secluded place where a big change happens when he receives this. Now, if we look at, because they use the word Patmos, referring to that island for that reason, that it's going to fit into the story, like they do 100% of the other names of places and people. They always do that throughout the text, Old and New Testament alike. So it makes sense to me that they used a natural surrounding that means, the place of my killing, my big change, my transition, to refer to John's revelation. So that's not mysterious. If we take it as geography, it's going to throw the whole thing off, and it's not going to make any sense, because I think the intent is that we read it in English as my killing, not as Patmos, which is meaningless. So this is another case of them not, instead of poorly translating, they just didn't bother to translate it at all. And it doesn't add to the understanding whatsoever in the English.
Well, Richard again makes the same mistake or the same assumption that because these words actually have meaning, and in the ancient times they just didn't name their children this like we do today. We give them these names that mean nothing, absolutely nothing, especially in certain communities.
Well, they're not
the
important anywhere.
Hebrews had a different purpose in naming children or naming anything. They would name it to also represent its destiny. So if someone had that was destined to be king, they would name their child after what the Hebrew word for king would be. The same thing when it comes to places, cities, etc. So these are real cities that were given names that had meaning. That's all.
Okay. So let's see if you can back that up. Would you happen to know the Hebrew word Phineas?
No, what is that?
Well, it's used as a name in the Old Testament, Phineas.
Okay. By the way, we don't have to go too far back in our history. The Native Americans did the same thing. Eagles fly. Naming your son Eagles Fly doesn't mean that he's an eagle or that he flies. But that was his destiny. His destiny was to fly like the eagle. So we have
figuratively.
So we don't take the name and then suggest that this is purely allegory. No, this was an actual real person who had that name.
Okay. And the name Phineas means brassy, like the mouth of a serpent. Like there's certain snakes, you look inside their mouth, it has like a brassy appearance.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And they're usually very dangerous snakes that have that brassy. For instance, a water moccasin has almost a silver look on the inside of its mouth, or white, very bright. And of course, a copperhead, its skin on its head has a copper color. That's why it was named that. So what did the ancient Hebrews think about snakes? And brass, for that matter.
We don't have time for the innuendo. What point are you trying to make?
I'm wondering if you know what you're talking about at all.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
so you're just rambling on about what it's. I've already explained that they would use real things in nature, for instance, to destine, to preclude, or maybe it was their desire for their son to be a certain way, or if they believed their children were a certain way. Even if they believed their children were cursed, they would name them after things in nature which they thought were cursed. So it doesn't prove your actual theory that these are not real people, places, and particulars. So prove that instead of telling us about the snake and the differences in the types of snakes and the irrelevant.
I don't have to go through all that now because you've done it for me. You said some Hebrew people cursed their children.
Some Hebrew children believe if they believed their son was cursed, they would name their child after something they believed was cursed in nature.
So you already know the evidence I was going to give.
Satan is
or else
depicted.
you wouldn't have said that.
Satan, who is cursed according to Scripture, that's why he's depicted as the serpent. It doesn't mean that he's a literal serpent. It means that's called imagery, and that's the way the Hebrews named you. That's why when Jesus changes who you are, he also changes your name. The idea is that your name was supposed to display or to proclaim rather your destiny. It doesn't mean that you are not a real person.
Okay, so you already knew what I was referring to, and you agree with me. Now, would you please tell me why God would curse any child of Israel? Any child.
When did God name the child? You said the parents named the child.
And why would? Because it applies to the story. Because the name always fits in the story.
So why did you bring God into the picture if it was the parents that gave the child that name?
It's an easy answer, Jill. Why does God create some for destruction?
Okay, well, that's a different question. But yeah, so the parents named their child after a snake, and snakes do not always depict evil or craftiness.
They don't? No. To what culture?
Snakes also are a symbol of healing.
I'm sorry.
Jill,
in many cultures.
Are you referring to the pole with the snake for healing against snake bites? Is that what you're referring to there?
Yeah, it's also a symbol in many cultures. Is symbolic, or could be used as healing or imagery.
But the question isn't many cultures. The question is Third Temple Judaism. That's the question.
It could be. Yeah, it could be because Judaism was made up of different cultures, not one.
Jill, can you just answer the question? Hillary's, what was the question? Why does God create human beings
to destruction?
Yeah, I don't know where we got onto snakes. Can you just answer the question, Jill, please? Fuck me.
Because his God is evil and hateful, just like in the book of Ezekiel.
Well, Paul is asking the question, what if? I think it's rhetorical, but he's asking a question. What if God created some for destruction and others? I don't know if you could put
you give me
too
chapter
much
and verse on that what if?
Yeah.
No,
in Romans 9.
Even if it's hypothetical and Paul is asking the question, can you give us your answer, your explanation of it?
The Bible doesn't really answer that question. The Bible doesn't answer that question if some are created for destruction. I think the best way to render this passage is that some are left in a state of destruction. So God creates all that are destined to destruction.
So if I can rephrase the question, so why did God not create? Why did he let some people be?
Well, yeah, if I create a room of pottery, and then I let them, some of that pottery, I let it sit out in the sun. Eventually those pieces of pottery are going to, by nature, they're going to dry up and break and crumble or disintegrate, whatever. Not disintegrate, but so if I take some of those potteries away from that, out of the sun, then I'm saving those pottery. So but I'm not saving the others. I'm not actually doing anything to the others. I'm just letting them letting it play out their course.
I just read all of 9, and I didn't see what you're referring to.
You can't be entirely surprised at this point, Richard. You know what I mean?
I just read all of Romans 9. It was Romans 9 that you said, yes?
Well, yeah. Romans 9:22. Let me read it because Richard's not going to actually read the text. English is the English Standard Version, and most of the versions. Okay, 9 verse 22. What if God desired to show? Let me read it, sir, because you just misrepresented it.
With much
so let me read it,
suffering,
because you're going to misrepresent.
Fitted to destruction.
Because that's all you got to do. That's all you can do.
I just read it. How did I misrepresent it by reading
it? You misrepresented earlier and said it didn't say what if.
I haven't done any commentary.
Wrong. So you were wrong.
Just reading it.
You said you could not find it in Romans 9. So you were wrong. What if God?
No, Richard, how dare you misrepresent the Bible by reading the Bible?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm bang out of order there.
If I could share screen, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll notice right here this word "what." There is no Hebrew equivalent. You know why? Can you guess?
Because it's written in Greek, genius, not Hebrew.
I'm sorry, Greek. You're right. I said the wrong word. You're right.
God.
There's no Greek equivalent. Can anyone say why?
The Greek equivalent is in Strong's 1487, i.e., if it's a primary particle of conditionality.
So
if
it's
theos, if God.
It's because this word "what" is not in the original text. That's why. That's why there's no Greek equivalent. Okay.
It's a primary particle of conditionality. So we would translate that "what if."
You're welcome to, but it's literally not there.
Okay. So it's in the Greek syntax of the word "if," ei. It's a conjunction.
No. What if
it's a primary particle of conditionality. That's what it says here in the Greek literal lexicon, the literal translation in the Greek.
In English, in English, what if is not the same as
here's how it would sound in English in our diction.
I know.
If I were to so that's what Paul is trying to communicate here in the Greek. So no, the word "what" doesn't have to be there, but the idea is that it's a particle of conditionality. He's asking a conditional phrase.
So every time the Bible says "if," you can read it as "what if." Is that what you're saying?
No, definitely not.
Not every time, but in this case, yes.
Right. So
nor here, because it makes it a question.
So how do you tell this case from other cases where it just says "if"?
I guess the Greek scholars determined that this was a primary particle of conditionality. So it is a conditional statement or phrase.
So you don't know.
If I were to go to the store, okay, or I could say, what if I were to go to the store? I would be communicating the same exact things.
No, it's not exactly the same thing. Not at all.
It's not the same thing.
One's a question. The other one,
I can make both of them a question.
Go ahead. Make "if I go to the store" a question. Go ahead.
If I were to go to the store, would I need to buy?
Go ahead. Make it a question.
Would I need to buy apples?
This could take a while.
Or I could say, what if I went to the store? Would I need to buy apples? I'm communicating the same exact thing.
Yeah, that's because you added a substitutionary word "would."
Yeah, that's it.
What if I went to the store? Would I need to buy apples? What if I went to the store? Would I need to buy apples? If I went to the store, would I need to buy apples?
You still added wood.
Same thing. I had wood in both of them.
Added "what" back in later. All you did was change the sentence structure.
Okay, let me repeat it again. Pay attention this time. If I go to the store, would I need to buy apples?
Yes.
What if I went to the store? Would I need to buy apples?
And what? There you go. You did it again.
Okay, so both are communicating the same exact conditional conditionality. That's all.
Sure, since you threw that word in there, but if is not a question.
So the translators threw the word if in there because they understood that this is a primary particle of conditionality. Okay. If, whether, that, etc.
Right, I've been away for a bit. Can we get back to Patmos and John? And I don't know how we got onto this. But,
so you can read it. If God, intending to show his wrath and to make his power known, bore with great patience the vessels of his wrath, prepared for destruction. So he's asking a question.
That was lovely. So Wildheart, what were you saying?
Can we get back to John and Revelation and the island of Patmos? What was he actually on the island of Patmos, or is that
the word Patmos means my killing, and I'm sorry it didn't get translated, and that part of the text, like many others, is under-translated. Okay.
Yeah.
Again,
so there was a place called Patmos, right? But the word there means my killing. Now, the Bible used the word killing, the idea of killing, two different ways: repentance and physical death, like your life ends. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so
that's a bunch of demonstrate that it wasn't an actual real place is what he asked you to do, whether it was a real place or not. Not to tell us what the name meant that they used to describe the town. If a town was a horrible place where killing took place, then they would name it Patmos. But that's no indication that it wasn't a real place. Show us that it wasn't a real place. Don't just give us a bunch of fluff.
I already said it was a real place. I already said that.
So that answers your question, Wildheart. It was a real place. So the author does not have to. The author does not have to translate it what America actually means literally. It could just say this happened in America. It doesn't have to say this happened in whatever
Richard, you're
America
doing a great
means
job of answering the question addressed to you, Richard. Hey, Richard.
Anglo-Saxon.
Hey, Richard, what makes you think your name is Richard, Jill? It's not. So I'm going to answer. You can critique me when I'm done. You're more than welcome. Please do.
Okay. Yeah, I acknowledge that, Jill, you will disagree with Richard, but I was asking Richard, was he actually on the actual island of Patmos? Or is that some kind of metaphor?
The idea of an island and why they use island of Patmos here, I think, is because the word island is like someplace you don't live. It's a separate place. It's not part of the normal stuff. It's not the mainland. So in isolation is his killing. That's always the case in the Bible. That until you consider things you haven't before, that is, you got away from the norm, you're not going to change. No part of you will die. You need more information than you had as, say, a 5-year-old to later reject Santa Claus for obvious reasons. Okay, so you're in a new place and you suffer this quote-unquote death. So it's not miraculous that he receives the revelation on the island of Patmos.
I don't know if you heard my joke, Richard.
So he wasn't actually on the island of Patmos. That is a metaphor for saying that he was separated.
Well, either way would be fine, but the important thing is the vision. He could be physically there, that's fine. He could be not physically there. He's still there.
But I was trying to get to the mushrooms, but because Patmos is famous for its like hallucinogenic mushrooms, so it doesn't matter whether he was actually on the island or not when he.
Well, either way, he was having this kind of a hallucination experience, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've never done shrooms, but I had a movie play in my head, much to my surprise.
Yeah. So Jill, what? I'm doing this. Yeah, Jill. What is your opinion? Was he actually on the island of Patmos or not? The actual physical. Oh shit.
Peace and respect, Halcyonic. and anyone else I neglected. Okay, so at the beginning of the book of Revelation, you have this location that also describes a mental condition, if we can grant that much.
Yeah.
And what's the next thing wrong with the book of Revelation if you wanted to?
The next thing, what apart from it being if you can explain the mental illness part, I'm not.
Well, it's not necessarily mental illness. After all, it's a very, very fine line. The difference between a prophet, and a schizophrenic. Both of them are hearing voices, right? Yeah. That are perceivably not part of their main personality. Yeah. Both are receiving quote unquote, language expression of some kind, some kind of. Now, it might not be information because information has to be true in reality. So a prophet receives information while a schizophrenic receives misinformation. And that's the difference. By the way, perceivably from the outside, the only difference.
Is that true? Could a schizophrenic not receive I know they're not receiving it, but could they not get information that just coincidentally happens to be true? And then how would you separate them from the prophet?
No, I would agree with you. There are Gettier cases. Not really trying to go over that, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the case that he is experiencing something not himself, in by his perception, some kind of inner voice, some kind of communication of something that is true in reality and or informational instead of misinformational, right? That's the proof of a prophet, and that is actually there's a singular verse that says as much. Don't be afraid of those who prophesy and those things don't happen. They're not from God, right? You remember reading that probably. So it's when they're right. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying about Gettier cases and that, but that doesn't really help distinguish between. I mean, I get what you're saying. It wouldn't happen a lot.
That's not the distinguishing factor. The distinguishing factor is whether or not it is, first of all, significant. Second of all, can be performed by man or not. And third of all, in the future actually happens. That's it.
Right, but what I'm saying is, right, there's a schizophrenic, he hears voices. Those voices tell him something that just coincidentally happened to come true in the future. How would you distinguish between that and a prophet who's hearing words from God?
So again, outside of personal knowledge range, like you couldn't have known it, bears out to be true in reality.
No, but that wouldn't solve it either.
Because I'm not done.
Sorry.
Bears out to be true in reality, too impactful and too difficult. It's outside of our plausibility in physics. It's outside of our understanding of science. We can't do it. Make something a prophecy.
I'm not sure that even does it. Why couldn't a schizophrenic hear a voice saying something that is currently not understood by science, will happen in the future, and it just be coincidence?
That's a really, really distant coincidence, isn't it?
It's unlikely, yeah. But
okay, well, what's more likely? That someone actually had that information. That's what's more likely.
But is
I
it
mean,
more
why add to the why add to
more,
the complexity of it?
But is it more likely that they then transferred that information telepathically to someone else, where we don't know that telepathy is possible currently? And
I don't know. I think I've proven it several times, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Okay. The overall societal and in fact necessarily worldwide impact of something that's not repeatable, which we can't do. Okay. That our understanding of reality and physics we wouldn't even try to do some of these things that are proclaimed will be done, like dislodge a planet. Go ahead. It's ridiculous for me to say that I believe that it's not gravity holding the planets in place, but instead electromagnetism that's holding the planets in place. And one of them could be dislodged by electromagnetic charge. Yet, even though I say that, and I myself know I don't know how to do that, and science says that's never going to happen. But I read in the text that it's necessarily describing that. When that happens, I promise you, your shock value is going to be like way over 100% of what you've ever experienced.
That's a good point. So when you said when that happens, then you'll be justified in believing it.
Sure. That's what I said. That it happens in the future. That's part of it.
Yeah. But has anything happened, like during your lifetime, that you read in the Bible, you took as prophecy, and then it has anything like that ever happened to you in your lifetime? I want to be careful,
but off the cuff, I'd say no. I haven't read anything in the Bible that happened in reality. Unless, like, this could be possibly just bias. Some really, really minor things. Like, you could always say, oh, there's going to be wars and rumors of wars. Well, no kidding. Is it the wars and rumors of wars that it's talking about prophetically? Well, probably not, because it's always been that way. That wouldn't be a prophecy, right?
So are you justified in believing that it's prophecy? If it had, surely the prophecy has to come true before you can say that is prophecy. Otherwise, you could just say anything and say, yeah,
well,
that's true, but it just hasn't happened yet.
Well, a faith position, justification for a faith position and justification within evidence is two different things. So just like I trust you to some certain extent because of our past history together, I trust them to some certain extent because of our past history together, me and they. Okay. Which doesn't mean that you have reason to believe the prophecy, but I am justified in my belief of the prophecy for that same reason. Has it happened yet? Well, then no, it would be past tense. It wouldn't be a prophecy anymore. It'd just be a fact of reality.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's fair.
Yeah.
So it's relational faith based. My confidence. It's not in the fact that it already happened. Of course, if something were just not plausible in physics at all, I would just go, well, there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
But we do know something like if you made there's this guy takes a superconductor and static magnets, not electromagnets, but static magnets. He takes this and he super freezes, I think, in liquid nitrogen, and then exposes to air for evaporation effect. Super cold, superconductor, super cold, and he puts it on this magnetic rail and he pushes it, right? And other than air resistance, the thing just keeps going. It just keep going forever.
Yeah.
If it were in outer space, it would never stop. If there were no air resistance, it would just like never stop, right?
Yeah.
Once that initial energy is given, it just maintains that.
Yeah.
Right. What was my point in bringing that up? Holy cow!
Like a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's not why I brought it up, but yeah, it looks like it could be. Right. Of course, that's without the drag of return energy to produce energy. So that's why a perpetual motion machine wouldn't work from that. But
yeah.
Why did I bring up the electromagnetism thing? Oh yeah. If I said to you that I had rubber bands of the same strength, right? And one were literally 6 times longer than the other one, right? And I had a mass at the end of these straight rubber bands, not loops, straight rubber bands, right? And I were spinning so that there's centrifugal force against the rubber band. The rubber band's pulling toward, the centrifugal force is pushing away, right? Trying to go in a straight line. As soon as I claimed that I had a mass 81, what was no, it was 207. Oh, gosh, I have to look it up again. Crap. If I said I had a mass that was 271 times, I was spinning at a certain rate, and I got one mass that's staying out there, and the rubber band is balanced to that mass, right? And then I have the same strength rubber band, 6 times longer, right? And it's going 1/12 the speed, right?
Yeah.
It's going 1/12 the speed, but the weight is 271 times the weight at 1/12 the speed. Yeah. What's going to happen to that larger mass on the end of the second rubber band?
You're going to have to help me out with that.
It's going to fall. It's going to fall toward the gravitational source. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah. Okay.
It's too heavy, and it's going too slow for the centrifugal force to equal out with the rubber band or gravitational force. So how can there be both Earth and Jupiter in the same solar system at those distances and masses? Well, I'll tell you what science says about it. It said, oh, this one's gravitational field is much higher than this other one's, and that's what keeps it in place. Do you know how we measured that gravitational field?
No.
We didn't. We assumed it because it's necessary.
Oh no!
In fact,
there must be a mathematical equation to work out.
Sure, there's a mathematical equation, but you understand the math doesn't make it necessary. The math describes the theory.
But wouldn't the equation work for like everything?
No. The answer is how much iron is there and the density of it. That's the answer, making for a stronger gravitational pull. But when did we send a probe to the center of Jupiter, or to the center of this Earth, for that matter, or to the center of Mercury, or all the rest of the planets that they say these things about? We never have. It's assumed. Of course, the math works if you grant the percentage of iron.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But they're just granting the percentage of iron. They literally do not know that. Now, is it logically necessary within the theory? Yes.
So rather than actually working it out, they've assumed the level of gravity, and they're saying if that's the level of gravity that it takes to keep Jupiter.
Not exactly. We can measure gravity and its effects, right? We know what is more and less affected by gravity by different elements, right?
Yeah.
So then we can extrapolate the mathematics out, and say that it must be true, though we haven't tested it at all, that mercury is some 90% iron in order that it doesn't get sucked into the sun and is going that speed at that mass.
Yeah.
But we've never sent a probe there and drilled into the center of Mercury. We don't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So they're like putting the amount of iron in Mercury because that's the only way it could happen. But they've not actually tested it to. Yeah.
So if I assume a conclusion, which is what's being done there.
Yeah.
In order to bolster my theory, does that make the theory true?
No.
Okay. So we just don't know. It could be something else. It could be electromagnetism not caused by the gravitational force of the sun. It could be not that. In which case, Mercury could be dislodged by an energetic, I didn't say physical impact, push, by an energetic impact. It's absolutely plausible. Now, because that is one of the standard competing theories. It is. In fact, it's the older theory.
So what is your explanation of why Mercury and the Earth, if it's not due to the iron and the mineral makeup of the planet, if that's incorrect, what is the theory? What is the other theory to say why Mercury acts the way it does? Do you know what I mean?
Okay. When you have a chain of electrical transfer, literal electricity, energetic transfer, between, say, two cathodes, try to imagine it as an arc. Okay. Yeah. What it naturally will do, just because the way electricity works, is one way will twist in one direction and the opposite end will twist the other direction. So we see this in jets coming off of quasars and galaxies, and you can go look at the Box galaxy is a really good example of this, where you have a pinch point and then you have a unicorn horn sticking out the top and a unicorn horn sticking out the bottom, and they're twisted in separate directions, opposite directions. Unicorn.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, you just said unicorn horn.
Unicorn horn. Yep. Okay.
I love you too.
That formation, that reversing unicorn horn with the kind of a bulb shape in the middle is and it can be physically seen when you have particulates that are energized to where they glow, like the Northern Lights. You could see it in that kind of a situation. Yeah. Those are, and what it does is the unicorn horn actually is in layers. We've shown this magnetically. I mean, I could show you all of it, but it's boring. I'm trying to be brief. Okay. And those are referred to as Birkeland current sheets. Okay. The layers of horn working down toward the center. Like imagine the horn growing in layers like a tree, and the next layer is bigger and taller, and the next layer is bigger and taller. Right. Yeah. So those are called Birkeland current sheets, like rings in a tree, something like that. Okay. Yeah. And Birkeland current sheets will always have that unicorn horn twist shape, right? And the sheets are actually doublets, just like the winter time in a tree ring is a skinnier stripe and usually darker. It didn't grow as fast, right? So those come in doublets too. And then you get the summer and you get a big fat chunk of wood. And then you get another thin stripe. Then you get a fat. Then you get a thin, just like that. Okay. So these thin doublet sheets have a tendency to sort materials. So you could put like the entire periodic table in a chamber on a non-conductive surface like glass. Put a cathode above it and below it, run an energy current through the glass from cathode to cathode, and it will literally sort out the materials. And guess what else it'll do? It'll consolidate them and try to make balls out of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it sorts them by where they best fit the field, just through natural processes.
Yeah.
And then that same sorting is in our solar system.
Yeah, that's why we get the round planets.
Right. So you get sorting, you get accretion by type of element, by types of elements, and how they interact in those fields.
Yeah.
So the proposition is what we're seeing is exactly what we see at every scale in electricity, because electricity just works at every scale. It doesn't even matter. It does the same thing. Whether you're looking at a spiral galaxy or a solar system, you're still looking at the results of Birkeland current sheets.
All right.
Now this would explain why spiral galaxies turn the wrong way.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was like a question in science. I know we don't know too much about gravity and we don't know exactly why or how it works, but I didn't know there were two. Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't know there were two.
There are competing theories. There is more than one way to look at it. And frankly, if what we're talking about is Birkeland current sheets and energy transfers between cathodes, you don't need dark matter at all. It's already accounted for. You don't need dark energy, and you don't need dark matter. You just don't need them. So it's actually more elegant.
Yeah.
There will come a day when we will figure out dark energy and dark matter and dark photon.
No, if they don't exist, you won't.
Well, let me help you out with that. Yeah, I was about to give that answer. I can just answer that now. They don't exist, and we don't need them.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm team dark matter and dark energy.
Just because it sounds cool.
Well, it does, right? Dark matter, dark energy.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm keeping my options open.
Luke, you do not know the power of the Hawking radiation.
And you do not know the power of baby universes inside of black holes, which also implies that all universe is inside a black hole. I love that theory or hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm not even going there. Midnight.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, no. There's a joke.
You just like it when your brain asks interesting questions, Midnight. That's all.
Yes.
Did you say axe?
Yes, I said axe interesting questions. Sure. I've said it that way my whole life.
Look. Growing up, for me, it was always ask. A-S-K. Not X, like A-X-E. Like, what the fuck? I swear to God, the only person I ever heard use X, like X, like A-X-E, was G-Man. That's literally the only person I've heard.
How about woman?
But now it seems to have spread.
How about female?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, you're a fucking idiot.
How about male?
Hey, Jill.
You say those two?
Jill, my mom was from Boston, not Manhattan, not New Jersey. And my dad was from Illinois, from Chicago. And they were school teacher. One was a school teacher, and the other was a naval officer. So no, I never say axe unless I mean something for cutting down a tree or splitting wood.
Yep.
And we are well overdue, if I can interrupt, for a musical interlude.
Maths.
Oh! Can I give you the musical?
Can we talk about maths?
Yes, we are. Now, fuck you.
Maths. Yes,
no, it's not. It's not maths. It's maths. It's not maths. It's maths.
Maths.
No, it's not maths. It's maths.
I'm trying to say it like Walhart. I'm trying to pronounce it like Walhart does.
Well, you're missing.
You guys are fucking insane. I hate all of you.
Maths.
Anyway, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Before
oh
you
no,
do
not
that,
this.
Hold on. Before you do that, I do want to show you something. Let's see. Where's present?
Thank you all for adding to my experience.
Well, hold
go
on.
and try
Hold
to
on. Before you leave, I want to screen share
Sir,
this. Walter, would you mind sharing this really quick?
Yeah, no, you just
Just
making
a second.
I wouldn't
second.
share anything while Heart wants to Midnight wants to share.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna
drinking
share
game?
porn. Yeah, it's like drinking game. Drink
Be
every
careful.
time you hear mainstream science believes. Drink whenever when you hear Giorgio, I can't pronounce his name, says yes. Drink every time you hear ancient astronauts theorists believe. And let me actually drink every time they jump cut on legitimate scientists. I thought this was hilarious, and I wanted to share with you, Richard. Okay, respect,
on.
but I just wanted to share this meme.
I love that.
And
Thank you for
Richard,
that.
I won't play the song if you want to. Yeah.
No, I'm not leaving for anything that any of you guys said.
No.
Not at all. It's just I've made promises and I should go try to keep them.
Good man.
Thanks a lot, Richard.
Good man.
Thank you guys.
Right,
Respect,
so we shall
Richard.
do this.
Respect.
Yeah, this is about G-Man and Axe. It just fits. Do you know what I mean? Oh, there's no sound. Is there? Why is there no sound?
Because they didn't add sound to this, but now they will.
There we go. Ask you a question.
Good times.
You dog becoming on.
Is she here already? Oh, no, someone else.
I'm angry at Jack 'cause he's just playing me all the time. He just keep on teasing me. Well, my wife, she up and she left me. Betty, can I ask you a question? Show me the cat coming out.
Oh, pause it for a sec. Pause it. That was like that was like the funniest part, where that he holds up his cat like to the camera when he's talking to Aaron Raw. The cat looked so freaked out. Like, you can go back to that.
She's called Betty as well. Yeah.
Yeah, like go back, like there.
The
cat was like so like, what the fuck are you doing, asshole?
Let me ask you a question. Show me them transition.
Take that. That it's like. Whose channel is this?
G-Man.
Hey, Wildheart, whose channel is this?
Do what I say. Sorry, not.
Whose channel is this?
Mine. Panel.
No,
The video. Where did the video come from? Is that Vaco's
Oh,
channel?
no, I think it was Drag. Fruit of Atheism.
No, Fruit of Atheism. So yeah, never mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Who's that? Is that an atheist?
I presume so.
It says Fruits of Atheism, so I guess so.
Yeah, including the title.
Could be a liberal scholars channel because that is the fruit of atheism, liberal scholarship.
Sure.
Don't fuck with it.
Well, I cannot remember, I cannot be sure. I heard Can I ask you a question? Is your penis that small? If I ask you a question, I will lie to you some more. Show me you don't come around.
Classic. Yeah, G-Man actually said he had a degree from Rutgers University.
There is so much about G-Man out there.
Yeah. I've just subscribed to him, actually. I want to talk to him just once.
Why?
I don't know what he does.
Do you want brain damage?
Yeah, no, it's
Dude,
like
if you wanted brain damage, just start drinking again. Like, holy shit. I'm
No,
sorry
it's
for that
like a
joke, but Jesus.
Yeah, it's like a shit bucket list. You know what I mean? I've talked to Darth Dawkins. I just want to talk to G-Man just once, just so I can say that.
Why?
Just so I can say I've talked to G-Man.
That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah.
So what did you accomplish today, Wildheart? I talked to G-Man.
Talk to G-Man. Get it.
How was that an accomplishment? I don't know. It just is. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Why is Jill muted? Is he still here? No more. I'm in love with myself. Do you love yourself, Wildheart?
Oh, that's a deep question.
Yeah.
Back
You love
on the
yourself.
pub. Not so much, no.
Heresy!
I do about twice a week.
Yeah, not
Those are
today.
rookie numbers.
Yeah. The old man numbers.
So, Hillary's, what are you doing for Easter?
Nothing.
Yeah, fair enough. What about you, Wilds?
Hello there.
Hello,
I don't know you.
Do I have the best streams?
No.
Yes, you do.
What
No,
do
he
you
does
want?
midnight, to be fair. He has Looney Tunes streams. No, they're actually the best streams on YouTube. How's
When
it
you
going,
want to come
Brandon?
back to my channel for a stream?
Sorry?
When do you want to come back to
He
my
wants
channel
you to
for a
come
stream?
over and have a sleepover on a stream.
Yeah, Nerdy Rodent. Yeah. Sorry.
Get in!
I'm going to masturbate twice on Easter to ensure that I rise again. Yeah.
Shouldn't you masturbate 3 times?
Yeah, yeah, the third coming.
And when do you want to come back to my channel for a stream?
Nope.
Yeah, no, the next time I'm free. I'm subbed, so whenever you go live, I get a notification.
Why are
It's
you
just
subs to him? You don't know him.
Are you free today?
Yeah, it's raining. It's pouring.
It's
midnight
raining
snoring.
Are you free today?
What was that?
Are you free today?
No.
Possibly. This has been going for like over 4 hours, and I was
Yes.
on the stream. Yeah, I'm very tired at the moment. So after this ends,
Go to bed.
taken
Go
that.
to bed, go to bed, go to bed. You
Let it
will
go.
feel
Let it
more
go.
refreshed. You will thank me later.
Are you free today?
Probably not after this.
This is a
No.
bot. I swear to God, this is a bot. This is not a real
No.
person.
No,
It's AI.
No.
It's AI generated.
Unless you love my channel anyway.
Yeah, if you want to put your link in the side chat, everyone should go and subscribe to Brandon. He does literally have the best streams on YouTube. Apart from in that.
Nobody subscribes to my channel. Why should I subscribe to his?
Yeah, Brandon, you got to give in order to get.
Yeah, don't tell that to midnight for fuck's sake.
You gotta be cruel to be kind. Cruel to be kind. I'm in love with the stripper. God, I love that song. Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I waited so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. Thought I ran into her down on the street, but it turned out to only be a dream. I made a point to burn all of the photographs. She went away and then I took a different path. I love how none of you are stopping me from singing. It's like, remember what?
Sorry. No, go on. But if I asked Midnight, do you want to sing? I'm guessing you would say no, which is weird because you just sang basically half a song.
I sing when I want to, sir.
Bitch.
Yes.
Midnight, what is your favorite Looney Tunes character of all time?
My favorite Looney Tunes character, well, I can't say of all time, but my favorite Looney Tunes character is definitely Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, classic.
He's just so fucking insane, so smart. Like he's just, I don't know. He's just really suave, right? Like, yeah, what's up, Doc? And the way he outsmarts everybody is just nuts. Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner is definitely.
I was gonna say, well, yeah, mine is Wile E. Coyote.
I love Daffy Duck. Okay, he's so fucking funny. I don't know whether you watched the recent Looney Tune shows. Like, I guess within the last 10 years or something. You know, they had a more modernized, cartoon show, the Looney Tunes show. I don't know if you haven't seen that. You know, you can get the series somewhere, but it was hilarious, right? Just Daffy Duck is just funny, and Lola. Have you ever watched the first Space Jam?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Everybody get up! It's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance to your dance at the Space Jam. All right. I no joke. Used to listen to the used to listen to the soundtrack of the first Space Jam movie on repeat. I loved that soundtrack.
I can believe that. Yeah.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. I really fucking hate my voice.
Yeah, so. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. I think my favorite Looney Tunes. You know the black woman from Tom and is it Tom and Jerry?
The black what?
The black woman from is it Tom and Jerry? Thomas. You know, she just comes in and
Yeah,
just
I
says that.
think they
The black
never show
woman.
her face though, but you can tell she's kind of
Yeah,
black with her hands.
yeah, yeah. I think that's.
That's racist, as Arnold likes to say.
Thomas.
But actually, give me a minute. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Is Jill still here? He's suspiciously quiet. He must be teaching. You know what I mean? He's not a teacher. Not a fucking chance. He can't even pronounce your teacher. If anyone wants to join, by the way, the link is in the side chat. If 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If 3 of you want to join, then I can kick Jill. So.
I'm back. Hello.
Welcome back, Midnight.
Thank you, thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back in New York. Oh wait, I'm on a live stream, not in New York. Wild Heart, wild, the wild man. Where is Jill? He's so fucking quiet. What is he doing?
Yeah, it's throwing me off a bit. It's disconcerting.
Right?
Yeah. Jill's in the room, and yet I can't hear Jill. That almost never happens.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, we got a link.
Interesting. What the hell is this? I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Shrek is a good movie, except number 3. Hey, Wildheart, what time is it where you are?
It is 10 to 4 in the afternoon.
10 to 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So wait, you're 4 hours. You're 4 hours behind me because I'm in Eastern.
No, ahead of you. I think you're found.
Sorry, yeah, right, ahead of me.
Yeah.
Brain fart. Like Midnight, you're so silly.
Teutonic myth and legend, an introduction to EDAS. Oh,
Fake
no,
news, clearly.
Space Jam, A New Legacy. That's what the link was to.
Just use UTC and we're good, and you're good. Nope, fuck you, rodent. Or Nernity. I don't know. The Mr. Rodent. Please, Mr. Rodent was my father. Hillary's, are you still here? I guess Hillary's stepped away too. Finally, he's back.
I've been back.
Well, then why didn't you say anything? It's like you spent the last 10 minutes just sitting there.
Well, Richard left, so I don't have any lies to refute.
Homosexuality is natural. Refute it. There you go.
Welcome to the next 2 hours.
Forget I said that. I really don't feel like having that argument.
Yeah, because you'll never find an actual physician that will say that.
Who cares?
That's a good question, actually. What does Google say about that?
They'll be fired.
Actually, Bing.
Lose their license.
Actually, Jill, I want you to find me a source that said somebody was fired because they were promoting homosexuality. I want to see that source.
But promoting it as natural?
Yes.
Well, there's a bit of
find me
nuance.
Find me the source. Find me the source.
There's a bit of nuance here
Okay,
that you
but
have
find
to
me the
understand.
source.
Right. Do you understand that there is a difference between natural and natural? That the word has two definitions?
No, Jill, definitionally, there is no difference between natural and natural.
Are there two definitions of the word?
It's the same thing. Hold on. Are you pronouncing natural to?
Are there two definitions of the word? Simple question. Are there two definitions of the word?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever looked up the word?
Yeah.
No. I'm not. I don't usually look up words.
Walhart, have you looked up the word? So you just use words you don't understand. Gotcha.
That's not what I meant, you fucking asshole.
Okay. Have you looked up the word, Walhart?
Yeah, but your question was, do you know there's a difference between natural and natural?
Right. It was basically alluding to the fact that there are two definitions of the same word.
Right.
Right. That's just the way of communicating.
But there isn't a difference between natural and natural, is there?
Well, yes, because there are two definitions of that same word. So if I can say natural in one sense, and I can say natural in another sense.
Stop calling it a choice. Biological factors drive homosexuality. However, biologists, Jill, have documented homosexual behaviour in more than 450 species, arguing that same-sex behaviour is not an unnatural choice.
Okay, so by stop there.
Or unbiblical homosexuality.
Stop there. Hold on. Let's think. Let's reflect on what was just said. So what definition of natural are they giving you? Are they rendering here? They're giving you the first definition, which is existing in nature or caused by nature. That's one definition. Okay, that's the definition that they cannot give you or they cannot render when it comes to this behavior is the second one, in or of agreement with the character or makeup of. They cannot tell you that it's natural in that sense. They can only tell you that it's natural in the existing in nature sense.
So homosexuality exists in nature, but that's not the definition that you're using for nature.
Right. It exists in nature, but it is not in character or agreement or makeup of X animal. So it goes against their nature to behave that way, although it exists in nature. When it comes to humanity, we can determine that for certain.
It exists in nature, but it's not natural.
Yes, it exists in nature, meaning animals are displaying those behaviors, but it goes against the nature of a human. So in nature, birds exist. Exist. They fly. In nature, we observe birds flying, but it is against our nature to fly. So although it exists in nature, it goes against our makeup or our nature. Humans don't naturally fly.
Have you ever flown, Jill?
Okay.
Have you ever flown?
Have I ever flown? We're using some sort of mechanical device, yes. We're using man-made mechanisms, wings. But so naturally, you do not fly. It's not part of your makeup. You have to add to it existing nature or existing characteristics.
So it was against your nature.
It was against my nature. I had to add to my nature in order to make it exist in nature.
Right.
So that is that's not an agreement with the character or makeup of. It is something in addition to my nature.
Mm-hmm.
So so that's it.
And is that just for humans? You're saying so there are 450 different species of animals that are homosexual, and that's fine, but it's just humans where it's unnatural, according to your definition of natural.
Well, is that biblical or unbiblical homosexuality?
It must be unbiblical because, according to Jill, homosexual doesn't exist in the Bible.
Okay.
That's what it said before, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know where he's picking that from, but it's definitely not biblical. Is it, Jill?
Okay.
Oh, he's gone quiet all of a sudden. That's handy.
Yeah, I'd say Bond and Nerdy are both right. Flying is really just falling with style, and aeroplanes are supernatural because you're having to add to the nature.
We're not flying. This is falling with style. Good Toy Story reference.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be kind. I know he spelled definition wrong, but I'll just put that down for typo. But the English teacher. Right, and I think, I need a nap. So I'm going to end it there, I think. Cheers, Elvis. Cheers, Midnight. Jill was also here.
Yeah. All right, good night, Wallart, and Midnight, and everyone.
Oh, wait, we can still talk backstage, can't we?